If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Well, thank you, Claire. Good morning, you beautiful people. We are broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans. Another day, another dollar. Is it not, Jimmy Mack?
I wish it was another dollar. If it was another dollar, it's probably in that pocket I'm not in. Hey, guys, welcome back. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. You can find us on iHeart. You can find us on YouTube, and you can find us on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, you're chatting up with Joe J. You and me, brother. Happy Thursday to the Road Gang from Denton, Texas. At some point, Joe, you might want to ask me to kind of ride along. We've been thinking about that for a while, as a matter of fact. This is the greatest road transpo trucking show live in the known universe, followed by the greatest trucking show canned, recorded, prepared in the known universe, Trucking with OOIDA. We'll be previewing that uno momento. But really quickly, do you know today is National Bubble Bath Day?
Bubble bath.
You actually did the Mr. Bubble deal, didn't you? What color was that?
That was a staple for 90s kids. I'm a 2001 baby, but I was like on that cusp. It's like this pink bottle that's like shaped like this character, Mr. Bubble.
Is it a Mr. Bubble bath or is it just Mr. Bubble?
I think it's just called Mr. Bubble. I don't remember. I was like a baby.
I mean, I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? You weren't there. I wasn't there. If I was there, that'd have been strange. And if you
I wasn't sentient yet. I just remember Mr. Bubble.
If I was there, that's weird. If you remembered, man, what are you doing with your life? Because you were born a flippin' genius with a radioactive memory.
Yeah. How far back is your earliest memory? Like, can you remember anything from like infancy?
I actually not infancy, but I have some clear memories of 2 and 3. I have like these framed images of 2 and 3. My mom, my brother John one time crawled over the car seat and basically put the car in reverse, and it began to drift down a hill in Virginia. And this really nice black man, as my mom says, nice black man, as she said at the time, came racing down the hill, jumped in the car, stabilized it, and I don't know if he saved our lives, but he certainly prevented a lot more crying and screaming that would have happened. I have an image of that. I have an image of our brother Patrick being brought home from the hospital. An image. I'll make that really clear. I mean, an image. I'm not like 2 and 3. That's about as far back as I remember. That's an interesting question. Now, I can tell you, by the way, once I get to 5 or 6, I have bracketed memories, and I'm not sure if I have a really good memory or if I'm really good at writing and writing around what I do remember. That's a trick. I don't know if you know that, by the way, with journaling, that you can go back and write your clearest memories of childhood. If you write them like in a line in the middle of a page, but write them as if they were in the middle of paragraphs, you can actually reconstruct forward and backward around them. And you would actually be amazed at how well you can do.
Yeah, memories are weird because sometimes I think I'm remembering something and then I'm like, did I dream that? Did I make that up? And there's no way to ever know.
There's no way to ever know, unless, of course, you know somebody who was there who was like a full-blown adult.
Right.
That's the other thing, too. Yes, Joe J., good morning. Trucker Boaston, good morning to the RGR family. Forrest Vaughn, good morning to you, RGR. Lovey and Earl 504, as always, good morning, my family. And then the Paranormal Pie Man doesn't say yo, he says, moo. You can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
What's that spell?
Nemo. Listen, guys. I bring up bubble baths today because, man, there's some stuff going on in the country right now. You don't need to spend any time on the newfangled technologies. You need to get hip with those technologies, by the way. I need to get hip with them as well. One of the ways you can get hip is, trust me. Trust Jimmy Mack on this one. Get off. This is one of those days, just for a day, you can jump back into the 24-hour news cycle, get off your phone. No doom scrolling today. Today's a good day. At the end of the day, once you've done your deed, once you've done your hours, once you got those 11 on under your belt, the 14 of work and the 10 of downtime, do me a favor, really get yourself a bubble bath. and really contemplate how you're going to go out and address the world. I need you to be really careful, and I need you not to be right. I need you not to be certain. I need you just to be cool. Everybody be cool. I had an uncle, lived to 99. He knew something about being cool. He always used to say the real trick of governance, the real trick of the body politic, the real trick of being in the community is to hold on, don't do anything rash until cooler heads can prevail. And that's the coin of the realm these days. There's a lot of stuff going on, by the way, in the trucking sector. I do want to take a moment to memorialize Doug Lamalfa, Representative Doug Lamalfa, trucking advocate, passed away at the age of 65. He helped form the first trucking caucus and has been a longtime member of the House of Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He died early in the morning on Tuesday, January the 6th. Lamalfa, a fourth-generation farmer, began his tenure in the U.S. House of Representatives in 2013 and joined the House T&I Committee in 2017, Transportation and Infrastructure. Representative Sam Graves, you may have heard of that guy. Actually, interesting, I don't know if you know this, there were two names when I first started this job that you always heard. When I first began this job, the country was a rather quiet place, Madison. How old were you, by the way, in 2016?
I would have been 15.
Yeah. So in 2016, when I first really started this job, when I first really jumped in, I remember that there were, how do I put this? There were a lot of the same olds on a different day. This job, in many ways, involved talking about the continuing resolution to keep the budget talks going and to keep the government open. This job often discussed who was going to be the head of the next FMCSA once we turned over after the election, who was going to be appointed. Of course, it was Ray Martinez, but there was an ongoing process to get him appointed. And there was this, and the guy who actually hosted Washington Trucking Week is now the COO of OOIDA, Rod Knopfsinger.
Interesting.
The COO of OOIDA was the guy who hosted Washington Trucking Week. Never missed one. We used to make jokes all the time about Notre Dame football and talk about, how the SEC thought it actually ran everything, and at the time it did. I look back on it now, and that predictability in some ways, I don't miss it, but I miss the certainty of it. And I'll tell you this, there were names that came up, Sam Graves and Peter DeFazio. Graves was the ranking Republican, and DeFazio was the ranking Democrat, and they would just pass the gavel back and forth. You dig?
I dig.
Just pass that gavel back and forth. He served, by the way, Graves as chair of the committee now. T&I offered condolences to the Lamalfa family. I'm deeply saddened to learn that my friend Congressman Doug Lamalfa has passed away. Doug was a valued and thoughtful member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for nearly a decade and a fellow farmer who always strongly championed conservative values and the rights of rural Americans. He was a respected colleague who will be missed in the House of Representatives. My thoughts and prayers are with his fellow Californians, his friends, and his family, especially his wife Jill and their children. And during his time on the T&I committee, which for trucking, by the way, is the one you should follow. I know you want to follow the social issues. I know you want to follow the issues where people punch each other in the face and the floor and all that kind of good stuff. But the T&I committee is where the action is, and it's where the trucking caucus sprang from. Lamalfa made repeated attempts to eliminate the federal excise tax on heavy-duty trucks and trailers. He advocated for hours of service flexibility, truck parking funding, and a bill that would prevent the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration from mandating speed limiters on heavy trucks. He also fought against attempts to increase truckers' minimum liability insurance. In other words, he was your friend, and he will be missed. Our good friend Trucker Boaston is heading across Illinois on his way to Kansas City. Our good friend Mark Broders is back, slips in from the shadows. Good morning, #RGR. And Marshall Platter is also starting his day in Junction, Texas. Marshall watched Hell or High Water. What did you think, by the way? Have you seen Hell or High Water?
I'm not.
Okay, you make movies.
I try, yes.
Do you feel like there's a lot of gaps in your movie watching?
Yes. Definitely.
How do you plan on making up on these gaps?
It's hard because I make the joke all the time. It's like there's only so much free time in the day, especially when you become an adult. And I spend so much time trying to make movies. I have a hard time finding the time to actually watch movies.
The problem is though, and this is me not being a lecturing school marm, although I've been one of those on occasion, is the fact that you've then got to start making decisions. Do you actually find your comps though and do what Paul Thomas Anderson and Martin Scorsese and Christopher Nolan do, which is once you're like working on something, you watch about 4 or 5 things over and over again, or do you have an essential? These are 100 films I have to watch.
I do have like a running list of things that like I want to watch, and I would say that like I have seen more than the average Joe, but definitely like not up to par with like other people who are like cinephiles, I'd say.
Well, you got to it late. In all fairness to you, you come to it late,
Yeah.
right? I will ask you: have you seen Citizen Kane?
Yes.
Have you? And you do know why it's great, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because there's some people like, oh, I don't even get it, and it's like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, then you shouldn't be making movies. You've seen Casablanca?
No.
You need to see Casablanca. Can't be a filmmaker and not see Casablanca. It's considered the great popular American film. I will warn you when you go to see it, though, a lot of cliches, but they're not cliches because the first time they happened.
I've been recently making my way through all of Wes Anderson's movies because my boyfriend is like obsessed with them. You don't like him?
It's not that I don't like. It's not that I don't like him. It's that everybody who thinks they're into movies thinks that that's like the bellwether of like that.
Yeah.
And there is a Japanese filmmaker named Uzo that I would encourage you to watch. Stop and watch some Uzo, and then be like, "I know who you stole."
Oh, he rips him off.
Oh my God, it's brutal. It's brutal, but it's smart too because. But let me see. It's quirky little movies with framed camera shots about romance and unrequited love.
Yeah, I've found that was actually the comment I make because I think I've seen 3 or 4 so far, and I definitely think that like where he lacks in his plots, he makes up with his pretty visuals.
Yeah.
They're fun. I get it. He's got a style. He makes choices, and I think that's what's really important. And I think that's like the distinction, in my opinion, is like what makes a film good is if I can tell that choices were made, even if I don't agree with them. If I can tell they made a choice here, I respect it. You know?
I will say this, my friend Mark McLaughlin, this wonderful actor who actually, if I told you what movies he was in, you would go, okay, I've maybe seen some of those. But Mark used to always say, he says, very few great directors actually don't show you their brushstrokes.
Right. Yeah.
And one of the things is people say, well, no, I can give you a couple of examples of that, like, John Ford and Howard Hawks. I'm like, yeah, go back and watch those movies, man.
Yeah.
Go back and watch those movies. I mean, go back and watch a John Ford film. He made all those Westerns we love. And by the way, Taylor Sheridan, the big knock on him is that he is, as a director, as a movie director, is more of a storyteller, although you can make a case that he comes from the Howard Hawks mode. And is that there's that the directorial style is really the subject matter rather than the style. Although I don't know if that's entirely true. And you're also at the mercy. It's a little movie lesson for you guys. You're also at the mercy of whoever your cinematographer and your first ADA are. And also, more importantly, how good your cinematographer is with lights. Little movie lesson for everybody out there. By the way, a couple of things going on. Anybody of you guys ever heard of Representative Lamalfa? You can give us a call. Any of you guys ever heard about a particular movie that you want to talk about, or who would direct the movie of your life? Give us a call. Keep jumping in the chat, by the way. Marshall says, I've been to all those small towns in West Texas, and Jeff Bridges finally playing a role his own age. Well said, by the way. The other movie I wanted to recommend to you guys, just to kind of start this morning off, and by the way, if you notice, we're taking the emotional version of a bubble bath here on National Bubble Bath Day. Trying to bring the temperature of the situation down. If you liked Hell or High Water, my friend, Marshall, I would suggest you watch Wind River with Jeremy Renner. You should watch that too.
Yeah. Something else I also just thought of that I just had never thought about. Even though like I haven't seen as many movies as I would have liked to have seen, I've seen a lot of series because I like grew up with the rise of streaming. I've seen a lot of television series. Have you watched Pluribus yet?
I've started it. Don't say a damn thing.
Okay. Heard. Heard, Chef.
There's a lot of stuff that I just absolutely have just kind of started and kind of going around through. It's interesting too because we were saying yesterday, and by the way, this is really up a lot of our listeners' alley too. Taylor Sheridan's first big claim to fame was his screenplay for Sicario. I would tell everybody, if you want to know who Taylor Sheridan is, go back and watch Walker, Texas Ranger. Imagine him getting angry on that television set because they weren't getting the Rangers right. Then read a lot of Cormac McCarthy, who was the guy who wrote No Country for Old Men. And then see Sicario. Do you know who directed that?
Sicario?
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head.
Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that.
And it's his first kind of making his real bones, his kind of great moment. And you can see it. If you've seen Dune, if you've seen The Arrival, if you've seen his Blade Runner.
I love Arrival. That's in my top 4.
Yeah, by the way, as an interesting thing about The Arrival in regards to the works of H.P. Lovecraft, I am all over the place this morning. Bruce Almighty, good morning to you. Hashtag RGR, nice and breezy in Amarillo. Really, it's kind of a lovely morning here as well, too. We got to take a quick break, Madison, and I can't believe that time has gone by. Can you, Madison?
Time flies when you're talking about movies.
Time flies when you're talking about movies. We'll take a deep breath, come back on the other side. I do have some other trucking news as well. State of California is in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. Man, they are making all kind of moves these days. We'll take a deep breath. We will go to our pledge, national anthem, have a bracing cup of Java from the good Pastor John, and then see where the day takes us. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's start our morning with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com.
It's Thursday. Hey, good morning. Just want to share something with you I found in the book of Philemon, and it says that in chapter 1, verse 7, I want you to hear it, and I want you to just let it meditate on your heart, because it really is something that we need to be really working on. Philemon's chapter 1, verse 7. Philemon's chapter 1, verse 7. You ready? Your love has given me great joy and encouragement, because you, brother, have refreshed the hearts of the Lord's people. I'll read it again. Philemon chapter 1, verse 7. He says, your love. Now listen to what he's saying. Listen to what Paul is telling them. Your love has given me great joy. Paul says, it makes me excited. And it encourages me. He says, because, watch this, brother, you have refreshed the hearts of the Lord's people. What are you doing to cause God's people to look at life with hope? What are you doing to challenge people to grow more in their walk with the Lord? What are you doing to navigate people to be encouraged by the word of the Lord? Something to think about. Can someone write a letter and put your name on it and say, your love has given me great joy and encouragement? because you, my brother or my sister, have refreshed the hearts of the Lord's people. Can that be penned about you? Think about it. God bless you and enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies where strong freight and faith create lasting success. Visit drive4bme.com. drive4bme.com.
The paranormal pie man, who, by the way, I know his real name. He probably wouldn't have any problem sharing his name at some point. He often has some of the most funny, consternating posts on Facebook. I don't know if you know that, Madison. He will constantly post about docks he is stuck at, the way he is treated. But there's a real sense in those posts that he kind of knows what he's up to. That always kind of rides through a lot of the tone of his post. For those of you who don't know, the Paranormal Pie Man is the guy who goes, yo. He actually pointed out that Tombstone is a great film. It's a great film in spite of itself, as a matter of fact. The thing that Madison was talking about that I referred to as the brush strokes, those brush strokes we were talking about, it has none, because it's got a wonderful script and it has got a ton of great actors full of great performances. Here's the problem, Madison. They fired the director halfway through and they went and got George P. Cosmatos, who is the guy who directed the second Rambo and also, by the way, the movie Cobra. Now, there's some interesting things in both those films. We talked about Rambo as a phenomenon with our good friend. But the problem is the fact that Cosmatos, anytime he worked with Stallone. And basically, if you work with Stallone, unless you are a great director like James Mangold, with James Mangold, Stallone was willing to kind of say, you take the reins. I don't know if you know this movie. Stallone has only played one. Now, on TV, Tulsa King, he's great. He's playing himself, but he's playing himself naturally and beautifully. The last time Stallone really tried to play somebody who wasn't him is a movie called Kaplan. And you should look that up, too. It's not a comp for what you do, Madison, but it's a comp for, because Mangold is. You should watch Mangold's film, Heavy. He has since become one of the great crossing genres. He directed Walk the Line as well. But Cosmatos on Tombstone really didn't direct it. He just covered up his lack of directing knowledge with a lot of close-ups of a lot of famous actors. The story I wanted to tell Paranormal Pie Man, anybody who loves Tombstone, is after Val Kilmer passed away, and good God almighty, we miss Val Kilmer, and he was so good in Top Gun Maverick. After he passed away, they asked Kurt Russell, what was it like to work with Val Kilmer? You're going to love this, Madison. What was it like to work with Val Kilmer? And he said, I don't know. I never spoke to Val Kilmer. And somebody said, but here's what's crazy is the fact that, wait a minute, you were in the movie with the man as his best friend. What are you talking about? He said, I never met Val Kilmer. He said, I met Doc Holliday.
So method.
Val Kilmer, of course, left us last year, and he is already missed. Don't forget, you can jump into the conversation. We got a very, very big show today. As always, the fellas from J.J. Keller arrive, and that means Josh Lovan is going to be here on the scene. We love talking to that dude. He has 2 large-scale dash camera platforms and a super carrier that he's implemented. He wants to kind of discuss that and some other topics that he wants to kind of dig into. Can't wait to see what he has on the docket. Josh Lovan gets here at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. Traffic stop, by the way, with TAT was rescheduled, bumped to the top of the hour. Kylla Lanier, TAT's TAT Deputy Director and Senior Director of External Affairs, and Jake Elovirta, CVSA Director of Enforcement Programs, is going to be joining us. Can't wait to dig into that. Lots of groovy stuff headed your way. And then another rousing edition of Washington Trucking Week as George O'Connor, that PR guy, the man who actually gets the word out, is going to be joining us as we kind of get the skinny on the fat cats. After that, our good friend Lindsay Lawler, the double L, the brand that knows its name, is going to be arriving at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. We're going to spend the first part of this show making a living, the second part of this show making a life. And don't forget, you can be a part of the action too. If every once in a while you just want to drop in and give us a call, you're welcome to call during Josh. You're welcome to call during TAT. All I ask is if you do call, here's how we handle it. Make sure you're on topic. Come in, ask your question, make your statement, and then step back so that our guests can answer, listen, or respond. But we'd love to hear from you. There's still about 2 minutes left here, so I can't once more unleash that phone number. But there is, like I said, a lot going on out there. California is going to be facing significant consequences for its failure to respond to the U.S. Department of Transportation's demand that the state cancel thousands of improperly issued commercial driver's licenses by the given deadline. That's what officials are saying. On January 7th, 2026, the U.S. DOT announced the FMCSA is withholding approximately $158 million in transportation funding from California for failure to cancel approximately 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs by the given deadline of January 5th, 2026. According to an FMCSA final determination of substantial noncompliance notice, the total amount to be withheld from California is $158,318,508. What? No sense? No, because none of it makes any sense in regards to what is going on in the trucking sector these days. This is what the FMCSA Administrator Derek D. Barrs had to say. Federal regulations are clear. States must correct safety deficiencies on a schedule mutually agreed upon by the agency, and California failed to meet its commitment to rescind these unlawfully issued licenses by January 5th. We will not accept a corrective plan that knowingly leaves thousands of drivers holding non-compliant licenses behind the wheel of 80,000 pounds of truck in open defiance of federal safety regulations. A little bit later on, I'm going to want to dig into how the other states, some of the other big players, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, Texas in particular, are doing with that compliance. Just doing a little due diligence, guys, making sure everybody from the Keystone State to Texas is being equally singled out, and that it's not a political thing, but it's in fact a safety thing. I think it is, but we're going to dig into that in a little bit as well too. Madison, what do you say we hit that musico?
Sure thingy.
We will take a little bit of a break here as the little plump boy with the tuba hits it. Once again, guys, on National Bubble Bath Day, it really seems appropriately timed. Find a place, your emotional bubble bath, and step offline for a little bit. You're not going to win an argument. You're not. You haven't convinced anybody except yourself and the people who are already with you.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
So, according to the U.S. DOT, the decision to withhold the funding from California, from the Serious Republic of California, the drum circle known as California, the decision to withhold the funding comes after an FMCSA audit found that more than 25% of non-domiciled CDLs issued by California were issued unlawfully, including with licenses extended as many as 4 years beyond the expiration date of their lawful presence documentation. On November 2025, the U.S. DOT gave California a 60-day deadline to revoke improperly issued on-domiciled CDLs or risk losing approximately $160 million in transportation funding. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack here, Madison with a T. Cross those T's and dot those I's is on the ones and the twos. Dre's fine, by the way, but from time to time, as he undergoes his own kind of Frankenstein, the handsome back on him. We're pretty handsome yesterday, to be honest with you, but he's got some work he's got to do. He's doing it right. Not only did he get, replacements to make him look like he could function in society, there's a lot of people out there, Madison, who always kind of get the first step done and kind of like, it's good enough. Not for Dre. He's actually taking care of some business, talking to some lawyers, getting some things checked up on, making sure that his ribs are okay, all that kind of groovy stuff. He's fine, though. This has been worked out. He will be back in his regular chair tomorrow, unless I've misunderstood something. Correct, Madison?
I believe he should be back, as far as I know.
Yeah, we haven't had any conversation in any other sort of direction. Lindsay, of course, will be here at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. If you didn't get a chance to listen to We Should Write, we will have that up in just a little bit on all the platforms where you can normally find it. We figured that out, have we not, Madison?
We have.
We have. Yeah, maybe. Short. We'll see. We'll find out. What we do have, though, is the fellow from J.J. Keller. We're going to pivot and find our way into a rousing discussion of things that actually aren't surveillance. They're about safety. You all know Josh Lovan, by the way, of J.J. Keller. He's the man with the plan, going to get you there safely. So let's just frame this at the top, and then we'll get to why we're bringing it up, because you've actually just installed some of these yourself as well. Let's talk about how, in a culture, we frame cameras as a way that people understand that we're not looking at you, we're looking out for you, and we're looking out for everybody else. And good morning, glad to have you back. Couldn't think of a better person on this particular day to help me bring the temperature down. Good morning to you, Josh.
Hey, good morning to you. Glad to be here as always.
Let's kind of talk about this. Talk to me about how you establish a culture where people understand that those cameras are not about surveillance.
Yeah, I went through 2 of these full implementations when I was in the industry at a super carrier, and in talking to drivers, we had over 10,000 drivers, and just talking to drivers from not only my company but other companies, when carriers decide to put in cameras, I feel like they missed the mark on about three different areas. They don't tell the drivers exactly how they're going to be used is the first one. They kind of miscommunicate that, whether it's intentional or not. And then, unfortunately, a lot of times carriers change the way discipline is used. If cameras, you nailed it at the front end there, they're really to make drivers safer and to protect the company and the drivers, and it's really not about discipline. And a lot of times cameras turn into a disciplinary tool for carriers, and that really deteriorates confidence in the system. And then lastly, and probably as important as anything, carriers don't take the time to train the right coaches or find the right coaches. They just implement a person, plug them into the system, and expect them to be a really good coach. And if you don't do all 3 of those things, if you don't do them right, drivers will look at that like it absolutely is Big Brother. You're going to just write me up 3 times and fire me over some issue, and you're not going to achieve the results that the carrier wants, and the driver's not going to drive any safer. And so it can really get messed up if you don't approach implementing camera systems from kind of the top down, and really understand, like, hey, I've got to get the right coaches in place, and I got to make sure that the drivers know exactly how we're going to be coaching them on and what we're going to be coaching the drivers on, what kind of triggered events,
Well, you've opened the door on that by using the word coach, and you and I have talked about the sports analogies all the time. So what are we looking for? I've always said that when a school, when a college football program or an NFL program gets the right coach, I have a couple of friends who actually work in that field, and they talk about it like that's the guy. When you know, but that's the guy that actually can do it. What does that coach look like? Because you've also made a point of saying that there are almost like three components to protecting drivers, but we'll get to that in a second. But talk to me about what makes a good coach for camera implementation.
Yeah, that's a perfect segue into this. For me, it's a lot of times it's former drivers. It's drivers. You don't necessarily have to have a CDL. My safety crew in my previous life, many of them did have a CDL and were former drivers. And the best, to be honest, the best coaches were former drivers. A lot of times when carriers are putting in those coaches, imagine a driver that's been driving for 35 years, 40 years, and they've got a 25-year-old. And no offense to some recent college graduate that's on the management side of things, right? But imagine a 25-year-old younger person trying to coach a driver that's been driving for 40 years, and if that coach doesn't convey that message properly, you're going to rub that driver the wrong way, especially if you've never stepped foot in a Class 7 or 8 tractor in a CMB. So that's the biggest thing in the industry. A lot of these coaching tasks get delegated to operations supervisors, line haul supervisors. It's had very little training, and it just rubs drivers the wrong way. And to be honest, it would rub me the wrong way too. Having somebody trying to coach me on CMB driving when that person's never driven or really doesn't have an understanding of kind of all the nuances and problems that can come up while driving, it just sets the tone for a negative coaching session. So, picking the right coaches, going back to who is the right coach, there's somebody that's got
Josh, our friend Madison's going to pick up the phone here real quick. We're going to check your signal, by the way. The gremlins from the Kremlin, and of course, the friends of Hugo Chavez seem to have seized control of the apparatus. So Madison will pick up that phone and talk to you for a second. We'll see if we can get this kind of straightened out on that end. In the meantime, guys, you can give us a call during Josh's segment, ask a question or make a point. We'd love to hear from you. Love to get you into the conversation as well, to get your questions in. We were able to hear everything Josh said. It just started to kind of sound a little bit like a Cylon Raider approaching there. So we're going to be checking on that for a second. Don't forget the TAT. TAT, which used to be, Truckers Against Trafficking, still is, but it includes a lot more people. It's almost like Transportation Against Trafficking. They will be here at the top of the next hour. Reschedule that. George O'Connor of OOIDA, who runs the PR shop over there, he's going to be dropping in for Washington Trucking Week. And then Lindsay Lawler arrives to help us make a life after we've talked about all the ways that we can make a living. He'll be joining us. We got some great guests, too. We got a couple that has ridden across the country, not in one shot, but they've ridden across the country in one form or another. And then we'll be talking about a really interesting book about a real troublemaker, about a woman who came from a family that was very close to Hitler. A woman grew up in Britain. They were very close to Hitler. She, on the other hand, her life was the exact opposite of that. Troublemaker is on the docket. We'll be talking to the author of that when she arrives on the scene. Hey, Josh, welcome back. Sorry about that, brother. I was just beginning to not understand you, which is why I put the brakes on it. Welcome back.
No, thank you. Yeah, and I'm sorry about that. We got thunderstorms rolling through the south this morning.
No, believe me, I understand. I always call it the gremlins from the Kremlin or the friends of Hugo Chavez or agents of the CCP or messing around in my thing. So we got everything you just were talking about, and we talked about what makes a good coach. So here's my other question too. Where you said I'm sure it would annoy me too. It would annoy me as well. Is there a way for a younger man or a younger woman to be a coach in that particular situation and gain the trust of the driver? Because, sometimes you have people who are really highly qualified to do this. Is there a way that you found, or is it just kind of better to really kind of ask yourself the question, can we get an older guy? Can we get an older gal? Can we get somebody with some truck driving under their belt?
No, it's pretty easy to identify coaches. And for me, a lot of times, like general office setting where you have, a lot of your safety management team often, if you look out at the various terminals, like for me, I had about 250 terminals. In every one of those terminals, those drivers have good relationships with certain supervisors. And that's the job of the management team, is to find out, hey, who do these drivers get along with? Because there's going to be some supervisors they absolutely adore and get along with, but there's going to be others that they don't. So it's really imperative that those that the carriers, especially picking up coaches, that they kind of gauge the temperature of the room with the drivers to try to figure out, hey, who's a friendly in here? Who's gonna? Because you want a good, solid relationship between the driver and the coaches. And a lot of times those drivers, if you just ask drivers, and that's the thing that's so frustrating for me, is being in the carriers, being in the in the management side of the carrier thing for over 50 years, it was carriers don't take the time to talk to drivers, to ask simple questions. They'll go through 20 different steps and jump through hoops when they could just ask some of the senior drivers, like, hey, just ask them, hey, who do you think in the terminal would make a good driver coach? Those drivers will be very transparent and tell you, but unfortunately a lot of carriers skip those steps. That communication aspect with the drivers in driver meetings, in safety meetings, that's where you can kind of get an idea of, hey, who's going to make the best coach? The drivers will tell you, they communicate that very clearly, but carriers oftentimes don't just miss that mark.
We've talked about this in the past as well. I am always kind of fascinated by how the best teachers and the best instructors and the best coaches don't give so much the best instruction. On occasion they do. They really ask the best questions, don't they? And they really try to figure out the person they're talking to before they even start engaging in any sort of instruction. It's almost like trying to figure out the bandwidth or the frequency. You're constantly kind of tuning it to kind of figure out who this person is and where they're at. And then at that point, you start asking questions. And only then, once you've got a couple of answers under your belt, do you start giving the information you need. Is that a fair assessment?
You nailed it, man. Yeah, if you can just sit and listen to the driver, get some empathy from that driver, and just ask, like, hey, explain this to me. Don't tell that driver what they did wrong immediately. Have that driver explain the situation, because a coach does. They're seeing a 10-second video clip of something that may have taken 2 minutes to unfold. So, as a former detective, former law enforcement like yourself, it's really important to get all the facts. And the best coaches, I agree, are the best listeners. They take in that information, and then they ask the right questions without being offensive. And it's listening, taking in that information, processing it, and just not trying to come in and already knowing everything. That's the thing that just drives, makes drivers crazy.
Well, and this is really important, by the way, because we're going to talk about how those cameras actually reduce accidents, exonerate drivers, and actually help lower the cost of what it means to be a trucker. The one kind of final comment I wanted to add is, because you brought this up, if you have to really think about the questions you ask people. Are you asking a question, or are you proving a point? Because often when you ask a question that really is about knowing the answer and proving the point, what you're doing is you're making the person immediately defensive. And you want people defensive drivers. You don't want a defensive student, is the best way to kind of put that, right?
Yeah, if a supervisor that's coaching a driver is playing a game of gotcha, like, hey, I got you, guess what? You're getting a warning letter. Well, every single other driver in that barn is going to know that. The purpose of dash cameras is not to play gotcha. It's to correct issues that are correctable. Speeding, lane deviations, harsh cornering, braking, things like that. It's never a game of gotcha. And as soon as it turns into that game of gotcha and discipline, it's over. Drivers aren't going to trust the system. They're going to panic when they go into a meeting, versus if you got somebody that's actually listening and trying to make you better and celebrating success. Those drivers actually enjoy going in there and talking to those supervisors, those driver coaches, to talk about the system, what they like, what they don't like. And that's when you can make improvements to the system and really dial it in and make it better.
All right, so let's talk about how it gets better, by the way. How does it reduce accidents, and how does it actually, in moments of crisis and crunch, actually, on more than occasion, actually prove that the driver was actually on top of his or her situation?
Yeah, from law enforcement, from way back when in my early 20s, working large scale accidents. A lot of times when there's injuries and it's right there on the center line, you just can't make a determination of who's at fault. And because of the size of these verdicts that have been in the industry for the last 20 years, it's a guessing game. And if law enforcement cannot attribute 100% fault to either the carrier or the adverse driver, it goes down on the police report as kind of, we don't really know. We can't attribute fault. Well, that opens the door up to you paying money. So the first part, cameras, they just absolutely exonerate drivers. In the recent studies we've seen, it's up to 70% of the time CMV drivers are not at fault. So that means, 30, the adverse, the four-wheelers are at fault almost 7 out of 10 accidents. And so the exoneration piece is huge for drivers. It makes me almost nauseous sometimes to think about, in my career managing 2,000 accidents a year before the days of cameras. I literally think, like, how many drivers got terminated, fired, lost their career because they didn't have a camera to represent them, and it turned into he said, she said, and there was maybe a witness that was sympathetic because there was an injury to the adverse driver, and that driver lost their career because of it. That's the piece that's frustrating for me. So there's the exoneration piece, and then the second piece is just speeding. If you don't correct, speeding, following too close, if you don't ever say anything about the way somebody drives, they're not going to change that behavior. But it's crazy to me, like on just something simple as speeding, if you have a conversation with that driver in a professional kind of way, just saying, hey, your speed is unacceptable, it's too high, let's work on that. We're going to meet in a month, and let's look and see how those metrics look after a month. Almost every time you're going to see a reduction in speed. And for this example, speed is the predictive indicator for fatality accidents. So I always tell carriers, if you can just get speed under control and get drivers off cell phones and wearing seatbelts, you can work on those three things, you're going to reduce your accidents and improve your injury numbers.
The other thing is, too, it's like if, in fact, somebody is not wearing their seatbelt or occasionally picking up that phone and doing something they shouldn't be doing with it and not willing to take the note or resentful they're being looked at that point, well, that's not a part of the culture you want to. I mean, like I said, we're being really clear here that we want to create a culture where we can create improvement. And there are people who from time to time follow too close, maybe put a little bit of the pedal. I mean, look, you're going to accumulate those moments over the time you're on the road. And that's a great thing. But if people are engaged in willfully bad behavior and are resentful that they can't do it because there's a camera on them, that's a different story entirely. Then let's sit down for a second here. You're a terrific driver. I just notice every once in a while you want to get there too fast. What can we do to make sure that you understand that pressure is going to go away, but you got to drive within the confines of the law as it's laid out? That's pretty fair. And by doing that, it opens the door for the final point is it lowers cost of insurance and operation, doesn't it?
Yeah, it significantly does. Everybody's racing. It's kind of a race for insurance companies to see how much they can increase rates across the board. And this year was another year where unfortunately it's increased because of litigation in the industry. But you're exactly right. That just having those conversations with drivers, and man, I had, like I said, over 10,000 employees that we coached on a regular basis. And we used a pilot program for the first 6 months and did not issue a single piece of paper on discipline. We didn't write a single driver up because we said, hey, this is just going to be our pilot program. This is a coaching session, not disciplinary sessions. And for 6 months, we did not write a single discipline letter to a single driver. And I'm going to tell you, if you can not worry about discipline outside of something really egregious or an accident, your drivers will actually participate in the program. They'll help you refine the triggered events that you're trying to set, and you will see those reductions. And you're not going to have a bunch of wound up, really upset drivers because you're treating them fair. We were really transparent on, hey, I don't care about the disciplinary process. The word discipline shouldn't be used in it at all.
and every single driver that we talked to was receptive because they knew we weren't coming in there to try to fire them or terminate them, and we really worked on how to effectively coach and train drivers on these triggered events, and drivers respond to that. They know when they're walking into the to the boss's office to get in trouble. So if you can kind of temper that and just make sure that, hey, this is just a coaching session, not a disciplinary session, and use that 6-month pilot program, during that time your drivers will adopt that mentally. They'll talk to each other. And if you've got enough drivers that can say, hey, I haven't been terminated, this hasn't been an unpleasant experience. If you can babysit that really hard for the first 6 months, your drivers will do the rest, and they will reduce. They'll change the way they drive almost every time, and you certainly will see a reduction in accidents. And for me, it was over 10% for 3 sustained years in a row. 10%, when you're talking 2,000 accidents, man, that's a lot.
That's a lot, man. That's a drop down to 1,800. I mean, just to kind of put that in perspective. Here's what's really interesting to me. When I was an assistant principal of disciplinarian with my former law enforcement partner, he was in charge of the whole thing. He actually did that. We went into a school on a contract to do a cultural reset of it, and he went in there in front of a school gymnasium, horrified the teachers. He said, for the first month as we reset culture, no one is going to in-school suspension. He said, I got a lot of things I want to do. I'm not gonna be busting kids and bring them into in-school suspension. And it terrified every teacher. I was amazed, with the exception of 2 kids in a school of like close to 600 students, middle school, that it didn't happen. I mean, they were like 2 kids who were bad cut-ups, but he kind of monitored them, and he knew exactly what he was waiting for on the other side of that whole month process. And at the end of the month, he called in both their parents for a meeting, and it was amazing how it brought the temperature down when the kids were actually practicing getting better as opposed to being punished for not being better. And it's a lesson that kind of remains up to this sort of level here, that you're actually trusting people is what you're doing, trusting them to learn. We're going to run out of time here, which is staggering to me because we got so much. But I wanted you to talk a little bit about contractual and legal considerations in regards to dealing with unions. And by the way, guys, when I say dealing with unions, that's not a negative. It's just that often working with unions can often be a lot safer too because they have their own obligations to meet. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. And I work for a unionized company, and I'm a pro-union kind of guy. I think unions are the one I worked for was there was challenges if you're on the management side, but at the end of the day, they're there to protect drivers. And the older I get, the more I really appreciate that. They've been around to kind of help driver pay and things like that. But when you're dealing with the union, this isn't one of those things you can just kind of drop in their lap. For us, we started about a year in advance before implementing dash cameras, and the union was right there by our side the entire time. We talked about the triggered events. The union, our business agents knew how that system was going to trigger just as much as my safety team, to be honest. And you need it. You need that transparency because a lot of your drivers aren't going to come to your safety team and ask questions. They're going to go to their business. They're going to go to their union stewards and their business agents, and they're going to ask like, "Hey, what the hell's going on here?" And so you really have to be transparent with the union. And we had the vendor that we selected for the dash camera. We actually set up a vendor shop specifically with union representation where they could ask any question that they wanted to. And it was, they got the truth for every single question. And it was like an 8-hour meeting. And then we had splinter meetings off of those. So we wanted everybody that was on the union management side of things, to completely understand how the system was going to work. We wanted them to know our coaching platform, how it was going to work, and then right on down to discipline. And as long as they understand, like, hey, this is we talked about how many accidents we thought we could reduce, how the money we could save, the reduction in injuries. And at the end of the day, it's hard to deny all that. You have to protect the business side of things. And the union understands that. And for us, it was it was just a really positive experience working with the union on implementing a kind of that new 4K top video event platform, and they were right there with us, and I thank them for it all the time, and because of their action, that's how we got that 10+% for 3 years in a row. That number dropped down to like 1,400 accidents after the third year. That's a static number. I mean, we held that number down under 1,500 permanently after that, and that's just because of the way we were coaching drivers, and the union's a big part of that.
Well, I'll tell you this too about them too. When you're dealing with the right kind of people, they actually have a stake in making sure that their union members actually live up to their expectations. They will. What is the great line? They will fight for you right into the earth until you're really down and dirty and doing something wrong, and then they don't like what you do to their reputation. They often can be your best allies when you are, how do we euphemistically say, off-boarding, as it were. Josh, one of the really great things about this is that I kind of got you guys know I have been not moving through the points with all due diligence. Josh has been managing, Josh Lovan, who joins us from J.J. Keller. The other fella from J.J. Keller, our friend Tom Bray, is actually in the chat and says, good morning, Josh. But I wanted to tell you, isn't he the best?
Yeah, if I can just close with this, I was at Tom Bray's retirement, and I want to say this because I know Tom's been a long time member with you guys, but and this is the honest truth, man. I've been around this industry for over 20 years, almost 25 years. A lot of people act like they walk the walk and talk the talk. Tom Bray is that guy. I've never met somebody that was more respected in the industry, not just at J.J. Keller, but at CVSA, at all these associations. Tom Bray is that guy. He is the absolute real deal, and I am just so blessed to have been kind of mentored by him for 4 years, and he has giant shoes to fill, and I'll never fill those. But I tell you what, Tom Bray is as described. He is just a wonderful human, and he's got a wonderful family, and I miss him. So, Tom, if you're listening, hi, buddy, and I hope you're doing awesome. Tom is, as you know, he's just a phenomenal person, I'm
going to make you laugh, too, by the way. I knew him for almost 7 years before I actually laid eyes on him. And the first time I met him was in New Orleans when he came with Dave Nemo and I to dinner. And I'm going to tell you this. I walked into the restaurant. He was at the bar. He may be like the second or third person that I'd seen pictures, of course, but even from behind, I went, that's Tom Bray. The way he was leaning against the bar, the easy but confident manner in which he was leaning against the bar, I said, that is Tom Bray. As you said, he was an original member of the road gang, the reconstituted road gang. Josh, we are so thrilled to have you as a member of that gang as well, too. Thank you for all the time you give us. Thank you for all that you do, keeping drivers safe and making sure they understand it's not about discipline, it's about improvement and safety, and we can't thank you enough, my friend.
All right. Hey, have a great day. It's been my pleasure, and I look forward to it next month.
All right, my friend. Happy New Year to you, by the way. You guys know the drill. Go to J.J. Keller. That's where the fellers are. JJKeller.com. You can find them on the X at J.J. Keller, on the gram of Insta at J.J. Keller Associates, and, of course, on the tube of you at J.J. Keller. We'll be back on the other side with Traffic Stop with Tat. Two great guests, by the way. Kylla Lanier, who is Tat's Deputy Director and Senior Director of External Affairs, and Jake Elovirta, the CVSA Director of Enforcement Programs. Lots of stuff on the docket to talk about. Go to tatnonprofit.org. At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
We are broadcasting from the Passport Studios. Our good friend Brad Bentley has made a lot of this possible, along with Gina Harrison, who was a big part of the chat yesterday on We Should Write, and of course her hubby, a veteran and a great American, Dave Harrison. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and find out what they're up to. And let me do due diligence as well. We are still here and still on the air because of our friends at Truck Down. They've been doing it since '97. You can find them in 50 states and in 8 provinces all across North America. What they do is they make sure that when you break down, you can find the nearest provider. All you got to do is go to truckdown.com, download that app, get your information and your location, and they will find the rescue mission, the Calvary, nearest you. Most of the time I tell people, stop waiting for the Calvary. The Calvary is you. In these particular cases, there are things that you can't do, and truckdown.com will come racing to the rescue. This is Traffic Stop. As always, we are talking to our friends from TAT. Go to tatnonprofit.org. You can find them on Facebook at TAT Nonprofit, Instagram.com at TAT Nonprofit, and of course on the LinkedIn at TAT Nonprofit. By the way, we could probably go from Truckers Against Trafficking and turn it into Transportation Against Trafficking, since that is such a much bigger umbrella, and TAT has grown from just focusing on truckers to help them end the scourge of human trafficking in all its forms to expand into a vast network of allies, friends, and people who are in the supply chain and beyond to help those who are in need to step up and stop those anecdotal stories of horror and to become anecdotal stories of hope. Kylla Lanier is here. She, of course, is TAT's Deputy Director and Senior Director of External Affairs. She has brought a guest along. Kylla, good morning. I said Kyler. Kylla, good morning. Would you do me the honor of introducing the wonderful guest that you brought along with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us today. I've got Jake Elovirta. He's the Director of Enforcement Programs for the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, and he's also our CVSA liaison for our Human Trafficking Prevention Program. And we have an upcoming Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. So welcome, Jake, to talk about that.
Thank you, Kyle. Glad to be here.
Let's kind of dig into this, Jake. I'm just going to kind of throw this at you. Let's just go right into the middle of it in May's Redia. What is the CVSA's Human Traffic Awareness Initiative?
So our Human Traffic Awareness Initiative is a 5-day awareness event. Unlike other events that CVSA does, like International Road Check or Operation Air Brake or Operation Safe Driver, that are more enforcement campaigns, this is an actual educational awareness campaign that we do for 5 days, and we do it across 3 months. It's in January in the U.S., February in Canada, and March in Mexico. And the whole design of the program is really to raise awareness about human trafficking, do outreach with industry and law enforcement, provide materials for how to identify human trafficking, and talk about preventative initiatives aimed for educating our commercial vehicle drivers, our motor carriers, our law enforcement officers, and the general public at large about the crime of human trafficking.
I'm going to kind of jump in as a follow-up question because you mentioned, the inspections and the road checks and all the other kind of groovy stuff that you guys do. Once again, as much as people often kind of, dread those moments and think, oh my God, am I going to get, a talking to, a write-up and all that kind of stuff. Those really are educational moments where we're basically working with law enforcement to make sure that they understand what they're supposed to do and giving them a chance to really kind of practice what it is they're going to do on a regular basis in a much more controlled environment. Is this similar to that? Is the idea that what you're kind of doing is making sure that the players, the stakeholders in the industry have an understanding of what it is TAT is actually kind of preaching, the signs and the symbols and what one is supposed to go about doing? Because the way law enforcement reacts to this is very different than the way TAT talks to truckers and other people who run into this. Can you talk about the difference as well? Because there are different expectations when someone who works, in law enforcement encounters this kind of situation, and how they work with the drivers or the people behind the counters who point this stuff out.
Absolutely. So I think that the one difference we have to talk about is like International Road Check. That is used annually, and it's really a baseline to kind of figure out where the industry is dealing with their driver operations, the equipment that's out on the road, the loads they're carrying. This event, again, is more educational for law enforcement. It's taking the opportunity to train officers during this event. TAT has a lot of great materials, has developed curriculums, and we've incorporated into our training curriculums as well the material that TAT has developed to educate our officers. Because unfortunately, like a lot of things out there, law enforcement officers have to know a lot of different things. And even though you have the inspectors and officers out there that deal with commercial vehicle enforcement, and that's a highly specific technical training, they have to have other information. Unfortunately, not a lot of the law enforcement in the country get the level of training they really should have about what to look for human trafficking. I myself, 32 years in law enforcement, and now looking back, after having the training from TAT, so if I can look back at two events where I think probably had I dug a little deeper, had the skill sets, the training that's available nowadays, I probably would have realized that they were probably human trafficking events that I didn't realize. So this event we really focus on educating the officers, but it's also for those officers that have received the training from TAT and have received it in their training through their the MixTAT program. They also are taking that advantage to have that conversation with the driver. It's to talk with the drivers. Do you know what human trafficking is? Period. Let's start with that, just the basics. Do you know what human trafficking is? Do you know what to look for, or have you seen these indicators in your travels? And the reason that we do this is because of our work with TAT is you have so many more commercial drivers out there, out and about, that see these type of activities. It's a greater set of eyes than just the 13,000 plus inspectors that are in North America that are out there doing commercial vehicle enforcement.
One of the things that and I kind of want to talk about in a second with Kylla about powerlessness, not just from the people who are the victims, but the people who want to help, and how TAT actually has removed a sense of powerlessness from both sides. But you've gotten a chance to see this initiative in action, which means we're not talking at the outset of a new program. This has been going on for a little bit here. And so you've gotten a chance to kind of test what works, see what doesn't, kind of experiment with educational forms in this field. Talk about what happened last year, the results from last year, and what you're looking for from this year.
So one thing we were really proud about last year is this event, this activity, the Human Trafficking Prevention Program at CBSA as a program was just stood up. Is fairly new in a lot of senses. It just was stood up in the fall of 2020. The first event that we did a 3-day event, and the feedback from our membership was huge we need to make this longer. We need to make this a week-long, 5-day event where our staff could all participate and be involved with it. And one of the things we were looking is how many states would participate. And it started out small and has grown through the last several years. And what we were really excited, and I have to give Kylla a lot of credit for this, is we had 50 states participate this past year. We had 5 Canadian provinces in the country of Mexico. SCIT or SICT participated as well, doing the educational outreach. And that's huge to have that type of participation. So, 50 states, 5 Canadian provinces, the country of Mexico participating. A lot of the materials that are handed out is we do have an order form on our website that's open to the public and enforcement and industry, where they can order up wallet cards, window decals, posters, and they're distributed out through their TAP materials. But we are able to funnel the ordering system through our website. And last year alone, over 41,000 wallet cards were handed out to drivers. Over 17,000 window decals were issued out, and over almost 2,500 posters were ordered and distributed. The members report out to us. We do some data collection about outreach. We had 87 human trafficking outreach events. There were over 260 presentations that were delivered, and then we had over 670 media contacts that were made, and then just over 160 social media posts where people had posted. We do a lot to, make sure the materials are available, and we talk to our membership. We have a document that we maintain for our membership about best practices, not just for industry, but for law enforcement as well, how to get the messaging out. And the other thing that's really key to us is we partnered with CBS Paramount Plus to do streaming as well. And that's had a huge impact for us, about reaching over 60 million impressions where people watch the messaging. And I think the key to how important this is and how well it's been accepted is the completion rate of people that watch the videos. CBS Paramount Plus has the ability to do those kind of measurements. Our completion rate of people watching the video is 98%, which is really unheard of in the industry for that type of messaging. So it's resonating with the public. And so it's one of the things we're very excited about as we build year to year. We hit 50 states this year. The big thing now is we want to maintain those 50 states and then possibly add in the District of Columbia in our territories as well. We want to kind of build on our Canadian partners and friends in the Canadian provinces, and Mexico continuing their outreach and their development to their staff as well. So very successful event. But again, I give a lot of credit to Kylla. I jokingly, she is our vice chair on the human trafficking prevention program, and she knows what I'm going to say is we call her our sergeant of arms. She's the one that kind of twists the arms to make sure that we get the participation, but they do it willingly. But it's a great partnership we have with Kylla.
Kylla, my father actually calls what Jake just described as putting the elbow on somebody, putting the arm on them, just kind of being like, hey, come here, I got to talk to you a second. Let's talk for a minute. I wanted to ask you a question before I get to what we can expect from this year's event. I wanted to ask you this, too, because, and it's a way of insight, and wanted to get your thoughts on this. We always talk about the powerlessness that people who are in a traffic situation often feel. The thing is that Jake, I think very courageously kind of talked about that he had these skills many years ago. He thinks that he might have run into it, but didn't know what to do and also didn't know what he was looking at. Often people, when they encounter this situation, it's not just the person being trafficked that feels powerless, it's the person that wants to help as well, and it makes people feel despondent and full of despair. They walk away not knowing what to do, or they react in such a way that jeopardizes both their safety and the person who's being trafficked. That's a big thing, too, with the CVSA, is that you guys have learned to kind of use them as a partner to kind of be able to understand that when people call and don't know what to do, they can actually assure them that they'll be there and that they have a couple of steps and that they can tell the person in the meantime, here's what we can do to make sure this doesn't go completely sideways before we get there, correct?
Right. I mean, all of TAT's training materials, whether it's our videos, our free app, the wallet cards, I mean, they have very specific steps because it is overwhelming, right? Like you have a situation in front of you, you think something might be going on. So we have steps. Here's exactly what you do. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Here's the numbers to call. Like if you see a crime in progress, call 911 and report it. If you are unsure, call the national hotline and get some more information, or go to our app and look through. We have an extensive list. Obviously, we can't print them all on the wallet card, but we have an extensive list of indicators of both sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking on there that go far beyond the wallet card. And so, you know, education helps people to feel empowered. Oftentimes it is. I mean, I hear that every time I've done a law enforcement training anywhere in this country. I have had officers come up, just like Jake said, oh my gosh, I think I had a case. Oh my gosh, I think I saw this. Oh my gosh, right? Because as they're educated on it, now they're seeing it for what it is. And same with our professional drivers. As they're educated on what the realities of human trafficking are, it's not just prostitution. It's not just, you know, this by choice type of a situation. This is somebody that is being forced into this situation, and all we're asking is make that call on their behalf. So having that education is an empowerment, and we just ask you to make that call from the safety of your own truck. We don't want you to try to rescue or do anything else. Just make that phone call.
Okay, and with that in mind, just making that phone call, we're now talking to the people, we're talking about the people who actually are going to be getting that phone call from them. What can professional drivers expect to see happening around the country this year? So Jake has kind of set up what's happened last year and in years past as this has grown. What can our friends who are listening right now, many of whom are actively listening by participating in the chat, what can they expect to see now?
Yeah, so I think this year we're going to have a lot of the same activities of passing out of materials, presentations, and outreach at truck stops and rest areas around the country, as well as distribution of educational materials. I think also because the World Cup games are coming to the U.S. and Canada, I think we'll see some of that emphasis really sort of doubling down in the cities where the World Cup is going to occur on just helping drivers know that they play such a critical role in identifying, you know, if they see something, to say something, right? Like making that call saves lives. And so just having them look. We also hope to get a lot more press this year to really highlight both the public and private sectors working together, our law enforcement partners working alongside our commercial vehicle drivers that are really, they're making the difference. And we want the general public to know about that. We want the general public to see the value of this force that is out there on the roads, identifying and making that call. We're already fielding this year tips that are coming in from truck drivers or calls that were made to the hotline in 911, and then they're reporting back to our app, and we're checking out those stories. But you guys are making the difference. You are making those calls. You're seeing stuff. You're calling in, and lives are being recovered as a result of it. And so I would just encourage you to continue to do that. And this entire initiative, that's what it's working towards. It is working towards you, the drivers, identifying and making that call.
You know, I made the comment, Kylla, that I think that part of what the new year is going to be about, given what's going on both at the federal government level and at the state level too, is it's about people establishing boundaries, then constructing bulwarks, and then finally kind of knowing where their borders are. And in many ways, you guys are engaged in this sort of action too, that you're kind of, as you get more and more partners in the transportation industry and law enforcement and the public at large, it's almost like you're building a wall from which those who engage in trafficking, once they kind of enter into that space, ultimately, if we can close it enough, we make it very, very difficult for people to practice within that circle of trust that you guys are creating. That's kind of the idea here, correct?
what we've always said is we want to close those loopholes to traffickers. We want to cripple their networks, and how better to cripple their networks than to have this mobile army that's out there on the roads that are identifying it and calling it in. They operate freely when people turn the other way or don't know what they're seeing. And so this is a way to cripple their network. So I would agree that, this is what we're trying to do, to build these coalitions between the private and public sector in order to bring about an actual barrier to these traffickers operating.
Okay, so let's pivot back to Jake here for a second. Just kind of say there are a number of ads that are streaming that promote, and you kind of alluded to this as well too, with a lot of the partnerships with HTAI, you guys, CVSA, and of course TAT. Can you tell us about the streaming a little bit more in detail in regards to the ads themselves? What people can expect to see, so they can recognize it. It's one of those things too that when you know what you're looking for, sometimes promotional stuff, campaign stuff, kind of drifts by. I'm talking about, it's like, there it is, it's gone. But can we talk about what people are looking for so they can come to attention and be like, what is this?
It's certainly. So, like I said, we have developed a partnership with CBS Paramount Plus, and their staff have been great of putting creative material together. And when you see it, you'll recognize that the streaming ads we have, they're on the streaming platform. So if you have like Paramount Plus, or even they're also doing a digital media. If you're on a web page, they'll have banners with the messaging of the Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative, the logo for our Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. But the thing that we're really happy about with our partnership with those folks is the messaging. The messages show a victim survivor, a commercial driver, and a motor carrier officer talking about, if you see something, say something, with the messaging to TAT and CVSA. We have it in 30-second and 15-second promos. One of the things that with streaming platforms nowadays, it seems like every year they come up with something new. And this past year, what they had developed and figured out that is, when somebody's watching streaming TV and they'll pause it like 1.3 times an hour, to go and get a drink, pop some popcorn, bathroom break or whatever. And when they pause it, they actually pause. That pause will show our message as well of our initiative, with a QR code that they can go to the sites to get information about the Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. So we get a lot of positive feedback from that. It's funny when they're out, when our media campaign's going, I'll get a lot of texts. Hey, I just saw your message. So the people recognize it. It's popping up and it catches their attention. And so CBS has been great in creating material. The other thing, though, is we also link the messaging. It's available as a resource on our webpage at cbsa.org. If you go to the Human Trafficking Program, you can see the videos, you can see the messaging, and we also have a longer video that was basically pulled together from the what we call the B-roll of the video they took when they were putting the commercials or the PSAs together. So you can have a little more in-depth conversation or a little more in-depth presentation about human trafficking awareness. So it does catch people's attention. You'll see headlines streaming across. You'll hear law enforcement radio crackling in the background, and then you have these three folks. And again, it's a victim survivor that has worked with Kylla and TAT, and it's a driver who recognized a human trafficking situation and was able to get a victim out of that situation. And it's a roadside officer that's out there talking to the drivers and being aware of human trafficking as well as involved in that initiative.
Yeah, I got to tell you, just to kind of go back a little bit, there are things where commercials annoy me, and I'm like, that's enough. I got to tell you, I think one of the most ingenious things the streaming services have come up with is exactly what you mentioned. You hit that pause button to get up and get a drink or get some popcorn or whatever you're doing, and I have never been bothered by turning around and seeing the image on the screen of an ad. I don't know why, but unlike a lot of invasive stuff, I kind of go, no, that's great. I get it. You're doing your thing, but I can still do my thing. And it seems like a perfect placement for any kind of PSA as well, too. It's really ingenious and really clever. I wanted to kind of talk about the big picture stuff here, Kylla, as well. I mean, and a lot of what we've talked about, I mean, I hope people really understand what the overall kind of thing that's going on here is. But can you kind of talk about this particular event and why it's so important to TAT's mission, and and how this involves truck drivers, even though we're kind of talking about this with people in the law enforcement sector?
Yeah, I would say, obviously TAT's mission is to educate, equip, empower, and mobilize members of key industries, trucking being principal in that, and the bus industry, as well as key agencies and law enforcement being principal in that, to recognize and report human trafficking, right, to respond to it. And I will tell you that why HTAI, this Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative, is so critical to our mission is if only one state was doing it, or only a cluster of states was doing it, traffickers can just move operations elsewhere, right? But when the entire country is participating in this, when the entire industry across the country is being saturated with the same messaging, this is when traffickers are more frequently identified, victims are more frequently recovered. Like, this is central and key to what we do and what we are hoping to do. So to have that collaboration is just, it's central to what we are and what we do. And truck drivers, obviously, they have proved this model. They've proved this model. It's why the bus industry wanted to get involved, was because of the example of the truck industry in the United States of America. Where we've seen it replicated around the world, it's because of the U.S. trucking industry's involvement and their example. So I would just say, please take the information, read through it, download the free app on Android or Apple phones. It's available in your store, and you can download it. Get that information in your hands so that you are ready to go when you happen to see that.
Really quickly, guys, go to tatnonprofit.org. You can find them on Facebook at Tat Nonprofit, on the Instagram at Tat Nonprofit, and then on LinkedIn, of course, at Tat Nonprofit. We've been talking about the CVSA's Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative, HTAI. Kylla Lanier, the TAT Deputy Director and Senior Director of External Affairs, has joined us, and she brought along Jake Elovirta, CVSA's Director of Enforcement Programs. It has been an honor to have you both on. Keep up the good work. Have a good weekend, and we will talk sooner rather than later, and we'll get an update of how it all went. Thank you, Kylla.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be back on the other side of these messages. Kylla and Jake, of course, are doing the good work, and you can too at tatnonprofit.org. Coming up here just in a moment, our good friend George O'Connor. Before that, I'm going to give you guys a preview of what's coming up with Trucking with OOIDA. We'll be right back on the other side of these messages. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Go to truckdown.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
Well, all right. We are broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios in the wonderful city of New Orleans. It's so close to Mardi Gras, Jimmy. I'm so excited.
I am too, and I'm going to tell you, you know what's been happening over here. We have been in the thick of it, knee-deep and wading through to the other side. I didn't get a chance to go to the Joan of Arc parade, which just broke my heart.
Yeah, I didn't either. I'm going to the one next Saturday, though. It's like Crew of Mosaic or
whatever it is,
yeah.
I'm going to be there. I've always said, wherever you live, embrace that culture, enjoy the hell out of it. And I kind of made a resolution. My mom did put me in a better mood on 12th night, though. I got home and we had a Rendazzo's king cake. They are distinguished, just like the Vietnamese bakery's king cakes, by a really light icing, which often doesn't have that, what I call that sweet roll icing that's too thick and too heavy for me. I also like Mackenzie's. Guys, it's a brioche. The king cake there is a brioche bread that has been dusted with fine sugar. It's pretty spectacular. Speaking of spectacular, and speaking of OOIDA, another encore presentation today. If you've ever even thought about customizing your truck, you're likely aware of Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks, which means you're also aware of Brian Bossman Martin and the outstanding work he and his team do. Brian, by the way, is going to be joining Scott and Ashley in that encore presentation to discuss his life and career, and then it's a conversation with Todd Spencer as he does the same as Scott and Ashley sit down with him to reflect on his start in trucking, the pivot to OOIDA, and all that came after. By the way, you all know George O'Connor. I do as well. He's a Fighting Irish fan, as I am too. I am still not over it, George. I actually think, I didn't think this before, I actually believe that the University of Alabama and the SEC owes not only them, but the entire country an apology. Of course they beat a dozen ranked teams. Of course they ran the gauntlet, as Paul Feinboob likes to say. When everybody is ranked in the top 25 in the entire SEC preseason, they're all going to face each other and get ranked wins. Ridiculous. Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm doing all right here, Jimmy. And I tell you what, you're giving me some PTSD here over the selection show a few weeks back. My goodness. And now we've got one of the semifinals tonight and tomorrow night, and I'm excited to watch, but at the same time, I can't help but kick myself and say, "Oh my gosh, the Irish should be in these games."
Well, let me tell you something, man. We all deserve to see an Indiana-Notre Dame rematch at some point, because the defense that Curt Cignetti has slowly built over these 2 years at Indiana would have been a sight to see against those 2 running backs and that offensive line that had developed over the season. And the Heisman Trophy winners, the Heisman Trophy finalists, it would have been nice to see them in a game against each other. It's just heartbreaking. There's something really interesting here in regards to an analogy, though, George, about what we're talking about today. I actually have a theory that part of the vitriol that was aimed at Notre Dame in the aftermath, their decision not to go to the Pop-Tart Bowl and all that kind of stuff, I'm deliberately going to keep on saying the Pop-Tart Bowl. The reason I think part of the resentment is there's a lot of Americans out there who talk about, I'm independent, I'm an independent thinker, I'm a contrarian, I go my own way. You need to join a conference. And I think a lot of people, when confronted with people who actually stand up for themselves, actually speak their mind, actually have the courage to risk it all and push all their chips in, I think a lot of people are deeply resentful of that because they don't do it themselves. And it really kind of plays into this as well, too, because you guys, for the longest time, by the way, I'm going to include Dave Nemo and myself in this thing, were among the few people out there who was screaming to the holy heaven to anybody that would listen, that there was no driver shortage, there never was a driver shortage, and there will never be a driver shortage unless every single driver gets fired tomorrow and they refuse to hire any of them. That's the reality of it, and you guys have been fighting this, and I agree with this too. You and I and a number of other people that we care about think it is all in a strategy to get rid of those pesky drivers because, man, oh man, we can't wait to make all that money ourselves by having autonomous trucking. Go on.
My goodness, Jimmy, I can't believe you were able to tie that all up into a nice package and put a bow on it. I'm going to have to use that when I'm talking to some of my colleagues who happen to not be Notre Dame fans and who happen to be saying join a conference. But I tell you what, you hit the nail on the head here. We've been, this narrative has been out there for 40 years of there's a driver shortage. We need to get more drivers. There's not enough drivers. And, look, I don't want to go into the motives necessarily, but it seems fairly obvious from any outside observer that this narrative is really has been utilized by others in the industry to put downward pressure on wages and convince lawmakers and policymakers that there is this massive workforce shortage, and that many times it's taxpayer dollars that are being funneled to programs that are encouraging this churn of the workforce. So not only is this detrimental to drivers in terms of making a livelihood, it's also using taxpayer dollars. And thirdly, it's detrimental to safety, because if you have this constant churn and horrible retention rate in this industry on the larger carrier side, you don't have continuity. You have folks that haven't been in the industry very long. The training standards there's a downward pressure because of this driver shortage on training standards, because the whole idea is, let's get warm body in the seats. That's not good for the industry. It's not good for professionalism within the industry, and it's certainly not good for public safety.
Let me tell you something that's really funny about this is the fact that, like, we have a driver shortage. Well, here is the one case, and you don't have to agree or disagree, because I'm going to kind of tie them in their own Gordian knot. Here's the one case for a driver shortage. You ready? People are being improperly trained. Because they're being improperly trained, because they're being brought on by CDL mills, because they're being churned and burned through, because they're being second-rate and dangerous drivers, the industry, the people who are hiring them, some of them in good faith, by the way. There are a number of smaller trucking companies who hire people, and they're like, you can't do the job, you're gone. You can't do the job, you're gone. And so then we get this crackdown that's going on CDL mills with the attempt to saying we want to drive anybody who wants a career in trucking to the best possible training. And you could make a case to say, well, you know what, guys? The problem is the reason why, if you think you have a shortage, it's not really a shortage, is that you continue to hire the lowest possible rates, get the worst possible drivers, and then can't find anybody that's willing to work at that rate. And now that we're turning over this rock called the CDL mill, we're going to actually improve that, and you're going to get a lot more drivers who are qualified, except they're also, if they're properly trained, going to know their value, and you're going to finally have to start paying people. I think that makes them crazier than anything else, that it turns out, hey, we'll take a good hard look at this. Oh, it turns out that if we improve the way we train people, you can get more drivers. You're just going to have to pay them, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And, there's a debate over safety within the industry. On one hand, a lot of the larger corporate carriers would they want the cheapest labor in the seat, and to supplement that, they'll tack on some safety device, some gizmo device that they say this is going to improve safety. Well, we all know, and the data from FMCSA shows, and other outside groups has demonstrated, that the safest driver is the most experienced driver and the best trained driver. So invest the dollars into your people, and that means retention. That means pay. That means not running people into the ground, and making it a livelihood that people actually want to participate in, an industry that people actually want to be involved in. Allow them to go to the bathroom at shippers and receivers. For God's sakes, We somehow need an act of Congress to allow truck drivers, when they're sitting at a loading dock for multiple hours, to use the bathroom. This is ridiculous. So it starts with making it a livelihood that people want to do and paying them properly, and that's going to lead to better roadway safety for everyone.
I'm actually going to go back to sports again for a second, and I'm going to use the example of the San Francisco 49ers, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs until very recently, and by the way, they actually felt guilty of the next thing, and the Los Angeles Dodgers in baseball. All of those teams have played championship games in the last decade, have been a part of some really great, exciting championship games to a large degree. What people often leave out in that story is the fact that none of those teams won those championships on the cheap. And not only did they not win them on the cheap, but because they spent the money in the same way that the Patriots did this year, because they spent the money on the players, because they spent the money on the coaches, because they spent the money on the product they put on the field, they won. And not only did they win, but it wasn't a Pyrrhic victory where you win but you lose money, but you don't profit. All of those teams that I've mentioned have massive profit engines as well. And there is something to be said that it might it might not be instantaneously, but you can make the argument that if you actually pay your drivers a proper wage. By the way, I'm not going to play favorites here, but there are about 2 or 3 carriers, and you know who I'm talking about. Some of them actually run stuff for General Mills, who have shown that when you properly pay drivers and you really get the right people behind the wheel and are willing to give them the wages they deserve, you can make a lot of money. And it seems like that's a lesson that isn't being learned either, correct?
You're exactly right. And, I'll start with trucking and then get back to college football. There was a large carrier, I won't name them, in the 90s who actually experimented with increasing wages and actually paying drivers for what they're worth and what their time is worth. And guess what? Their safety measurements went through the roof. It was incredible. They had significantly higher safety outcomes. However, I don't want to step in their shoes. I wasn't in their boardroom, but they decided to turn back on that because the business model didn't fit for them for whatever reason. And guess what? The safety outcomes went right back down, came back down to earth. So we're looking and seeing that with Indiana University football, as you mentioned earlier. Kirk Sadetti's a hell of a coach, but tell you what, he's got a hell of a lot of NIL backing for his players. If you've seen the transfer portal lately, they're throwing money at guys, and I tell you what, they've got one of the best transfer portal classes coming in for next year. So as you were mentioning, if you pay people properly, if you incentivize them financially, you're gonna get them. They're gonna perform better. And while again, it's not just for the livelihood of the men and women behind the wheel here, it also is reflective in roadway safety for literally everyone on the road.
The big thing here too is the fact that this always kind of fills me with a little bit of despair when you told the story about the carrier in the 90s, because I'm actually, I'm going to step in their shoes for a second. I can do that kind of thing in a way that sometimes other people can't. I'm willing to bet it was pressure from their shareholders who wanted a big share of the pie, who wanted a better dividend and a better ending for themselves. It makes me despair because it constantly tells me that the model that might work sometimes is when you have it as a family-run business or a privately held business, and those people are looking at long-term investments and incremental profits over a sustained period of time. In regards to stability in the industry, that's the other thing too. In an industry that is incredibly unstable right now, the one place where you can actually kind of generate and create stability is with a well-paid, honored driver. When you have a fleet of drivers who feel taken care of, they have a great deal of loyalty. They're willing to actually stay at that place longer. And it doesn't seem like there's any effort to kind of honor that model. I did want to pivot, though, to talk about what actions you guys are taking, because you guys just ended up in a YouTube video that is kind of making the rounds as well. Aurora Innovation CEO went on a podcast between Christmas and New Year's talking about the need for driverless trucks due to the shortage. This is what really kind of precipitated this as well, because it's interesting. the narrative has kind of really kind of been buttoned off except for a few dead enders in the trucking industry, but that narrative is still out there in the public, meaning it escaped, and like a zombie, it has come back to life out there, and there are people in the industry who know it and are trying to convince people in the real world outside of trucking that it's actually still going on, right? And you guys actually came up in one of the questions, right?
You're exactly right, and I think as you referenced earlier, we've been quite vocal on the driver shortage narrative and fighting back against it, and it's certainly gotten on the radar of some others in industry, on the tech side of things. So we've been along with others in industry leading the charge in fighting back on that. And the value proposition for these AV trucks, it's really twofold. At least that's what they're saying publicly. One, they're saying there's a workforce shortage. The other is they're saying that it would be that it's safer than a human driver. Now, focusing on the workforce, quote unquote, workforce shortage here, it's not just truck drivers saying that there's not a driver shortage. It's also the Secretary of Transportation. I believe it was last month or 2 months ago, late last year, he was at a press conference and was asked, does the crackdown on non-domiciled CDLs, is that going to exacerbate the supposed driver shortage? Well, his response was, there isn't a driver shortage. There's plenty of drivers out there, so this is not going to affect the supposed driver shortage. So while we've been very vocal on this, so is the Secretary of Transportation. And now as it pertains to AVs and this Aurora podcast from late last month, they keep, of course, that's what they're going to keep telling folks, is that there is some shortage and that this is going to be a helpful place. I think he said something along the lines of, if you're a truck driver today, you'll be able to retire a truck driver. I mean, look, of course he's going to say that publicly now, but I think at the end of the day, their customers, really what they're trying to do is zero out their labor costs. I mean, I think it's clear as day. I don't think these folks that are trying to replace truck drivers are somehow an ally to truck drivers. And I think it'd be really hard pressed to find a truck driver who's observed these AV trucks and got behind the wheel of one of these AV trucks, who's not on the payroll of an AV trucking company, who would say these things operate perfectly or operates operationally well and cleanly. And they one of the talking points that they'll constantly bring up is the millions of miles that these platforms have traversed safely without an accident. Well, I tell you what, we go into our boardroom when we've got our board of directors in. I'm looking around the table. We've got about 20 people with millions of safe miles under their belt. So these numbers that these AV trucking companies are putting out of millions of safe miles, like, sure, it makes sense to a tech audience, but anyone who's got a familiarity with the trucking industry knows that number doesn't mean a whole lot.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you this too, George, by the way, and I'm going to get actually into some future thinking, kind of pushing forward here. I have this kind of really kind of sneaky and wonderful suspicion, the big threat, as they're trying to frame it right now, that AI's big threat is to the creative class and to the working man. And, of course, all those middle managers and all those people in upper management are just cackling from on high, can't wait to get rid of those pesky people, actually make all the stuff that we enjoy when we sit down and watch a TV or a movie or on stage. And they can't wait also to get rid of all those pesky people who insist on being paid for all the hard labor they do. We're beginning to learn that whether it's AI or automated vehicles, we're going to still need those people to create stuff, because it turns out that people actually recognize the slop that is AI, and people don't want 80,000 pounds of flying death on the highway with no human factor actually able to kind of, mitigate the circumstances or monitor what's going on. I really think that all this automation is going to get rid of all those pesky middle managers who want to take all that money. I just think we have to get through a really kind of an extended patch of them thinking they're onboarding this stuff to get rid of everybody else, and they're going to get rid of themselves. That's my kind of karmic hope that sits at the center of this. So what are you guys doing to really fight back against this? How are you? I mean, you've done such great work over. And by the way, there are places where the folks over here and you guys don't always see eye to eye, but in this particular area, man, we're kind of lockstep with you. But what are you guys doing next? Because, man, you spent the better part of a decade beating this sumbitch back. What are you going to do to make sure it stays down?
A driver shortage? Oh, well, and that's the thing. Is the driver shortage? This narrative. It's a public narrative, and it's kind of intangible. You can't really put your arms around it, but it informs policy decisions that have been made, and honestly, policy decisions that we would editorialize and characterize as bad for truck drivers in recent decades. So, what does that look like if we can undermine and undercut this false narrative that has been out there? That means we're working with the administration to put a life on these CDL mills. That means, fighting back on AV trucking legislation and potentially AV trucking rulemaking and considerations on that. Because if there's no driver shortage, there's really no need for a lot of the policies that have been put forward. So that's on the kind of defensive side of things. And on the positive side of things, as we previously mentioned or discussed, making it an industry that human beings want to be involved in. Again, the ability to go to the restroom when you're at a shipper or receiver and you're waiting to be loaded or unloaded. I mean, this is just human. This is human dignity, but it's also leads to retention of human beings within the industry. So really, and I tell you what, overtime pay. That's another one. Is the big beautiful bill came out last summer and was signed into law last summer that eliminated taxes on overtime. But one thing that was kind of forgotten was that that truckers aren't guaranteed overtime. And beyond that, even if you do get overtime and you're working for a good carrier that is out of the goodness of their heart, or maybe it's a good business model, they allow for overtime. That overtime is not tied or triggered by the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. So even if you are a trucker right now and you are getting overtime, you still get taxed on it. So what we want to do is the Got Truckers Act. We want to get that signed into law, and that's a bipartisan bill, Republicans and Democrats, bipartisan bill. It's basically a two-line bill. It repeals the exemption on truckers in the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. So again, we've got plenty of human drivers out there. We want to encourage them to stay in the industry because that means you're going to have better safety outcomes, and they don't need to be replaced with robots on the roadway that can frankly be hacked. So there's a national security element to this, but overall it's professionalism in the industry and keeping our roads safe.
This is really what's interesting too, the idea that, when you actually open the door is this as well. And I actually made mention of this last week and on Monday too when we were talking with Dave. You create a dumpster fire of an atmosphere, driving the quality people out and people who might be of quality from ever getting into the atmosphere. And then what you do is then you leave the space open with wages that you've depressed, with the worst possible solutions for how to stock your own pond with drivers, then claim they're the problem and declare that both the shortage and the low quality of drivers is the reason why you have to kind of swap over to automated vehicles. That's kind of what you guys perceive as the overall strategy, correct?
Yeah, that seems to be the way things are going, and or at least what I think some in industry would like that outcome. But yeah, I mean, whether it's professionalism or road safety, and particularly as it comes to autonomous trucks, I mean, as you mentioned, like, these are 80,000-pound vehicles. These are commercial vehicles. They are transporting, as our executive vice president says, anything between bombs and toilet paper. So, these are carrying chemicals at times. So, like, there's a significant safety issue here. And one thing that another name drop here, Todd Spencer, our president of OOIDA, mentioned the other day is, look at the Venezuela raid last week. They knocked down the electricity. They knocked down all communications. Can you imagine what would have happened there if they had AV trucks running around the country? That's
Well, fortunately,
that's something to think about.
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't think Venezuela, given what the socialist and dictatorial regime had done to it, had any trucks running around. Period. And if they did, they were probably the quality. But that's the absolute truth, though. I mean, people always forget that the national security implications of automated vehicles rolling across every aspect of the country. I mean. And by the way, Wired Magazine, and I'll send you this. I got to go back and find it again. Wired Magazine talked about automated vehicles, and I always make the joke, if you see the third Dark Knight movie, Dark Knight Rises, he almost brings down an entire criminal element gang by simply pointing an EMP pulse gun at them and opening fire. And it literally shuts it down. And people say, that's kind of cool. I wish they'd have that. And basically, Wired Magazine says, oh, they do. And it exists, and they showed where you can actually run miniature vehicles or drones either underneath or on top and simply emit an electronic magnetic pulse on top of it and shut the whole thing down. And if there's nobody in there, we're off to the races. And basically you can talk about it would change the game for people who engage in cargo theft. It would change the game. It's not as easy as they think, and that's the reality of it. Sorry to take you in the weeds, my brother. Okay, so what should people be paying attention to this week, next week, and what are they looking forward to, and what are you guys looking forward to?
Tell you what, we'll keep you informed on fightingfortruckers.com. I highly recommend going there. But to keep up to date on everything we're doing, we're also on all the social platforms. But I'll even go a bigger picture than that. This year we're building up to a highway bill. That's 5-year authorization legislation that authorizes the programs, many of the programs, including programs administered by FMCSA and Federal Highway Administration, that really affect the livelihood and the day-to-day of truck drivers. I mean, one of the big things our top priority in this particular highway bill is truck parking. Huge. I mean, it's one of those things where I think at this point, the entire industry almost uniformly are locking arms on the need for increasing truck parking capacity. Bipartisan, there are some political hurdles in Congress, but at this point in time, there's such momentum behind it. That and also this administration, USDOT, has indicated that they are very much in favor of increasing truck parking as well. So the political momentum is there. The legislation should be there, and frankly, we need more voices. We've got a lot of voices right now, but anyone listening to this, go to fightingfortruckers.com. Tell your lawmakers that truck parking is what you, if they do one thing as it relates to truck parking, because that's something that we've been hearing from our members for over a decade, well over a decade. This is a problem that's only getting worse. So truck parking is a big one, as well as some of the other items that we've already discussed. So fightingfortruckers.com. Tell your lawmakers to include truck parking in the next highway bill.
By the way, this is happening, whether it happens at the federal level, which it should, but we have had guest after guest from DOTs across the country, particularly in the areas around the Keystone State, and of course that war between Ohio and Michigan. A lot of people are making a big effort, a big push is going on right now. If we can get the federal government to follow the lead of some of the more progressive states, I mean progressive when it comes to parking, guys, take it easy, breathe. if we can do that, we actually can do this slowly and get there incrementally, or we can do this in an awful hurry. George O'Connor, of course, is the man who speaks for OOIDA. We're always thrilled to have him. My brother, go have the best of weekends. Always love catching up. We don't get to do it enough. Thank you, my friend.
All right. Thanks, Jimmy. Have a good weekend.
You too, sir. Guess what? Roll out that red carpet. Change those images because man, Double L, the brand herself, the land who knows their brand, and that is not a fat joke, by the way, is going to be here on the scene. It's the second
Can't make
episode.
it. Can't make it. I'm in a bubble bath. Sorry, guys.
Oh, bubble bath. And by the way, you got a good laugh from Madison, who could hear you.
I've got something to tell Madison on the other side of this, by the way.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Still rolling and still bathing. Still rolling, still bathing.
Bubble bath.
National
Bubble bath. Bubble bath. Bubble bath.
That's from the Netflix show Big Mouth, by the way, if you guys are not familiar. There's like the hormone monster, the
I'm
monstress.
actually familiar with that show.
Yeah, she goes bubble bath. It's
Bubble
like one
bath.
of her things.
But then I also makes me think of the song Bubble Butt. Is it Bubble Butt? Bubble 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 Butt. I don't know. There's some hip hop song that it also makes me think of. Okay, so here's the deal, Madison and Jimmy Mack. Good morning.
Good morning.
Top of the morning.
Top of the to ya. Top of the to ya. Everyone over on the chat. Everyone's on the ones and the twos and listening out in Radio Land world or on the road. So happy National Bubble Bath Day to you all. Heard that at the top of the show. Here's the deal, Madison, with a T. First of all, I went running into my bathroom because I wanted to show you the Mr. Bubble that I have that I currently bathe my daughter with, but she has hidden it, so I can't find it.
Oh, no.
She's hid it somewhere in the house. Now, that being said, so I know what Mr. Bubble is. I love me some Bubble. I bathed in it, too. You want to know why I bathed in it a lot, Madison, with the T as a kid?
Why?
So my dad, D. Lawler, was on Hollywood Squares. Hollywood Squares. Do you even know what Hollywood Squares is, Madison?
I do not.
Okay. It's an old school game show
Big
where
deal. It was a
big deal. Unlike the original, it had different iterations of it, but the OG Hollywood Squares, there were actually celebrities that would sit in, picture a big giant tic-tac-toe box and a celebrity sitting in 3, 6, 9 different squares. And then you'd have two contestants, and they would basically work with the celebrity, try to get it right, and it's playing Hollywood Squares. It's kind of like tic-tac-toe, but meets Jeopardy with celebrities and contestants. Okay, so my dad was on that when I was in my mom's belly a long time ago in 1978. And he won Hollywood Squares and won all these random things, like a piano that he traded for an organ, weird, and he won some trips, and he won like gadgets and appliances. But he won what they said at the time was a lifetime supply of, turned out was a year's supply of Mr. Bubble. That was one of his prizes. Was a ongoing supply of Mr. Bubble that I think just continued to show up at the. I'm not sure if they took home like a crate of it or it just would like show up at their house all the time. But this was before Amazon, of course. So it probably they just were shipped a massive vat of Mr. Bubble.
It has such a distinct like smell. Like I can smell it in my brain right now.
Yeah, yeah. And that's not a great one either, by the way. It's not like Calgon Take Me Away, soothing eucalyptus and lilac
it's like
vibes.
sickly sweet. It's like it's aggressive. It's very 90s, very pink. The game show that was really popular when I was coming up, I remember watching Deal or No Deal with my mom.
Good one. Yeah.
What's really funny is that the game shows in the 70s that involved celebrities almost to a fault, except for the $25,000 pyramid, were often... because $25,000 pyramid were often the stars of the shows on that particular network. Hollywood Squares became kind of a dumping ground to some degree. Had a couple of people like Phyllis Diller and Paul Lynde were kind of famous. And Paul Lynde, if you go back and you look up Paul Lynde Hollywood Squares if you get a chance, either one of you. I mean, what he says on the air is so inappropriate. Would be inappropriate now. It's definitely even inappropriate then. There is a new Hollywood Squares, by the way, a recent revival on CBS and Paramount Plus, who, by the way, are doing great work with Tat, if you guys weren't paying attention to that. It's hosted by Nate Burleson and Drew Barrymore in the center square. It premiered early in 2025, and this is a great description. It is the classic tic-tac-toe game with a fresh lineup of celebrity guests for its second season, with them answering questions and then the contestant deciding whether or not they're telling the truth.
I'm going to submit my dad to be on it. I'm going to send his video footage from 1978 and submit him, which we have on VHS, and submit him to be on that. And I'm probably not really going to do this because it sounds like a lot of work, but... it sounds like a good idea.
I'll tell you this. I'm making a joke because your father is an absolute gentleman, but behind the scenes, it'd be really funny if his behind the scenes personality showed up on the game show. I can just see him in regards to Drew Barrymore going, I'm going to ask the slug in the middle a question.
Slime, slug, sloth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's how he talks.
Exactly.
Well, good morning. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
Sorry. I got right into the bubble bath because one other thing, real quick, guys. Into the bubble bath. Because bubble bath. Last night after we got all the chaos of a kid and dinner and homework and got her to bed and all those things, and then sat down on the couch and Seamus started to watch TV and I was like, I'm not feeling that. I finished up some stuff for today for work and then I said, I'm really not feeling TV. But it was like 8:30 and I just kind of wandered around for a bit and I'm like, what am I going to do? I knew I was going to read before I went to bed, but I haven't taken a bath in so long. Okay, I've cleaned myself in a while, guys, but I haven't taken a bath in a long time. Let's be clear.
Taking a what?
I took a bubble bath. Took a bubble bath, man, and I went in. I went hot water. I went the salts. I went the bubbles. I went the pillow. I lit a candle. I put my hair back. I put on Be Here Now by George Harrison on repeat. And it was funny. At one point, Freya got out of bed and came in. And she said, Mommy, I just want to watch you. Watching you is my favorite. Yes, that can sound a little creepy. I took it as sweet instead of creepy. And she sat down at a stool on the other side of the bathtub and crossed her legs and literally just watched me sit there. At some point I said, please go away. But that I had a pretty fabulous bubble bath moment last night, guys. So not even knowing that today I was getting ready, preparing for today. So there you have it.
I have the same kind of setup. I have the little pillow and the tray and the vibes, the low light, the candles.
Do you listen to anything?
Sometimes I'll read. Sometimes I'll listen to music. It just depends on the needs of the day.
Yeah.
To take a
I
what?
love that.
Bubble bath.
Thank you very much. I got a couple of thoughts here, by the way. I don't know if you can recapture what you did, Lindsay. First of all, I think you were inspired by the Calgon Take Me Away sort of moment that your guest yesterday had on the show.
Totally.
Made you think of it. Made me
Yeah,
think
if
of
you
it,
didn't
too.
hear We Should Write yesterday, it will be up in podcast land, I believe, today, or you can go back and listen on YouTube. But Michelle and Mark Prentice, fabulous humans. So go back and check that out on We Should Write.
The other thing is, too, and it's the way you said it as well, too, you need to write a song about that. You actually talked about the way you set the scene. I don't know if you can recapture it now, but it was like literally rhythmic. How did you put it in regards to setting up the bubble bath? Getting all the stuff you needed for your bath? What'd you
Put
say?
in the salt, put in the bubbles, I lit a candle, put on, like that, you mean?
Yeah, there was something about it. And the George Harrison reference, I think, was just perfect. By the way, if you want a great George Harrison bubble bath song, I would recommend Stuck in a Cloud, which I think is kind of perfect as well, too. The one that you actually named is pretty darn good as well, too, for a bubble bath.
Bubble bath.
What are other good bubble bath songs?
Bubble bath, bubble, bubble. I mean, I like to put on a good meditation. I don't like to have too many words because then I start thinking about what they're saying, unless it's something I know and just can put it on repeat, like I said with that George Harrison song. But so I usually put on like a just classical or instrumentals. So I don't know. I'm taking a bubble bath. Yeah, I don't know. My favorite time when Freya was an infant, my favorite time was bath time because I'd put her in it, she'd play, and my husband was he was gone most of the time when Freya was an infant. This isn't a cry for help. It was fine. He was working because I couldn't at the time. And she would, and I have a picture of her in the bath. My feet are up on the bath, and I'm reading. Same thing. I would kind of turn the light down a little bit, not too much, because I didn't want to see her. And that was a time for me because she would sit in her little whatever thing. They have like a bath in a bath. She would sit and splash on the water, and I would read. And it's one of my favorite memories. It's her taking a bath, but it's me being a part of bath time when she was little. Like I'd soap her up, lather up real quick, and then let her play for 45 minutes, and I would read. And it was so wonderful. And I made a Freya bath playlist for that time, but it was like islandy songs. It had a lot of Jason Mraz and like the soundtrack from 50 First Dates. And who's the I can never say his name, but the Hawaiian artist he's a large fella and sings Somewhere Over the Rainbow, etc. That guy.
I don't know his name, but I know who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about.
That. A lot of ukulele music. Yeah, it was awesome. It was good times.
There is a soundtrack to a video game that if you ever want to like clean your house and while Freya's in there with you.
I never want to clean my house.
But if you have to do it, it's called Planet Roller Coaster. And it sounds like you're walking into, when you walk into really well-curated theme parks, Universal, Disney, Six Flags, it is like perfect. And the music's actually a little better
Also
than
sounds
that.
good for maybe a little mushroom trip.
Actually, it kind of does, by the way. It sounds really good for lava lamps and blacklight posters. Listen, we got some really cool stuff kind of cooking over here. The giggle at the end of the intro, yes, means it's Lindsay time. That's correct, Trucker Bosun. Our good friend Mark, who has managed to somehow kind of stalk his way into the chat. Good to have you, Mark, says good morning, Double L. The Paranormal Pie Man puts the wheels back on. Can't be having the sparks light a fire now, can we? And then, of course, you pointed out, Lindsay, not in the transportation industry that is the Paranormal Pie Man. He actually says here, the Sick from School game show, of course, was The Price is Right. We'll hold on to that for a second because Trucker Bosun turns around and says, Richard Dawson hitting on every female contestant, creepy Richard Dawson hitting on every female contestant on Family Feud. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Although I love Family Feud, by the way. But, yeah, and it's funny the things we overlooked because they were just like, that's just what you do. But in hindsight, couldn't be that guy anymore on TV.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. You know what's really funny, though? Outside of Richard Dawson being like Mr. Smoothie. Creepy Dawson. He, by the way, played a great parody of himself in the original Running Man film. But there was something really cool. You know how you could always tell somebody had actually won on Family Feud? He would slowly begin to walk away from them. You know what I'm talking about? So let's just say that it was close. Let's say they needed 38 points to get to the 200 they needed to win the whole thing, okay? And it'd be like, ways to get to work besides a car. You said bike. And he'd lean in really kind of insolently and he'd go, baby, it was the number one answer. And he'd slowly start to walk away from them. He'd clear them. show me bicycle. And then, of course, but anytime Dawson started to kind of slowly walk away from the person who was up there, waiting to see if they'd won, you could actually, if you go back and watch enough of them, you realize he knew. And so he's moving away so as not to get mobbed by a bunch of maniacs who won maybe 10 grand. And it was a lot of money back then, but it wasn't that much money. Like Jeopardy now, dude, people are winning millions. People are winning millions on Jeopardy. I mean, it's just
Even Wheel of Fortune. Listen, I don't have a lot of regrets in life. I do have some. I don't cling to them, but I do have some. Anyway, one of my biggest regrets is not getting to go on Wheel of Fortune when Pat Sajak was the host. Man, I love me some Pat Sajak. I so badly want to hang out and have a beer with Pat Sajak. And I've watched Wheel of Fortune for a very long time. My daughter watched it. I think it's helped her learn to read, quite frankly. And she loves it. We watched it last night while we were having dinner. But it's Ryan Seacrest as the host now, and it's just not the same. Nothing that Ryan's doing wrong, but obviously it's not the same.
it's not Pat Sajak. By the way,
it's not Pat Sajak.
You have a better chance of getting on Jeopardy than you do on Wheel of Fortune.
Well, I was almost on it. I was in the auditions, I was in the interviews, and I think why I didn't get on it, I was winning. I had to do a Zoom with the casting director. It was me and 3 other people. This was just like last year or the year before, by the way. I said something really weird, and I think it freaked him out. I got to it's not because I was in media, is that what you think? Oh, no. I got to the very end, and I was like, oh, this is going well. Who knows if I was going to or not. But I decided to say a really weird thing, as I do, and I get nervous. I told a story about how I thought that a ghost were in my house talking to me about Wheel of Fortune one night through my radio speaker, and then they didn't cast the psychopath.
I don't think that's what happened.
You don't?
I don't.
What do you think?
This is brutal. You're too smart. I think at some point you were doing really well, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were killing it, weren't you?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I should have tried to lose more.
There's a great joke from the far side.
I didn't win them all,
yeah. But you were winning a lot. By the way, there's a great joke from the far side, which is, we've decided to switch the contestants from Jeopardy with Wheel of Fortune. And the way that plays out, they actually did a version of it on Saturday Night Live as well, too, where like they swap it. And literally during the Jeopardy thing, they're all just kind of sitting there. They don't even answer. They're just like in dead silence with Will Ferrell being like, anyone, take a shot. Let's go to negative territory, folks. You can't win with nothing either. And then on Wheel
So they want smart people on Jeopardy, but not Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, which is really funny. So on the Wheel of Fortune, they spin the wheel, and the guy he said, let me get 4 T's. And then it would get the 4 T's, and it'd be like, and it's like this massively long thing. And you get it right. It would be like, to be or not to be, that is the question, whether it is nobler in the mind, and just do the whole thing, That's funny. Just hit the ball out the park. But and the next person spun the wheel, Lindsay, and calibrated it so they would land on the highest possible number. Why is everybody getting 5,000? Well, it's the Coriolis effect. Something like that. It was It's not that they want people that are stupid on Wheel of Fortune, is that they really want to go for people who sometimes struggle to see what is obviously in front of them, so that the television audience can go like, can't you see what it is, you idiot? Because
right. I gotcha.
Yeah, the Jeopardy is meant to make you either feel smart or and Jeopardy is done warmly, so you don't feel stupid not knowing the answers. You're impressed by the people who do. And
dude, it's kind of the same thing with American Idol, those kind of ideas, like why they need somebody they can mold. You got to be good, but you can't already have the full look and the full talent and the full everything. They need to listen, the people they have on there are killer these days. But in the beginning of American Idol, that's why you got the people they used to laugh at, in the Simon Cowell days. They wanted bad people so the good people look even better. They wanted mediocre people so that they could be the ones that saved the day and gave you a career. It was that kind of thing. So similar, same but different, but same idea.
Well, and the other thing is you make a really good point. They wanted to be able to say they were going to make the next American Idol, as opposed to, and I remember that because I actually in the beginning I was like so kind of taken aback joyfully by who Simon Cowell was in the beginning of that show. He's something very, very different on America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
He's become much more generous of spirit. Oh, actually, how about this? Much more of a better liar, in the sense that, actually, what I think has really happened with him is that I think he's actually moved to a place in his life where he actually appreciates the courage that all of these people show. I think is the most generous way of interpreting. That
He also can't be mean anymore. So
yeah, you can't
period.
be you can't be mean.
But what he did do that was great was save people a lot of time.
Yeah.
Like, you're not good. Move along.
Yeah, and also
this isn't for you.
And
Move
I
along.
think in many ways educated a lot of people who thought they were good because they killed on karaoke night. It's like, oh, that guy was pretty good. No, that
I
guy
could
wasn't
do that.
good.
No, you can't.
No, you can't. No. Actually, you can't. And by the way, Lindsay, and this goes back to truck driving too. Man, oh man, I had a knockdown, drag out, really productive conversation with a friend of ours where I kind of went on a rant about everybody thinks they can do it. I really had one of my first class rants off the air and ended up folding in what you and I do, what truckers do.
Apologies to whoever that was on the other end of the line, but thanks for giving him the space.
But here's the thing is, though, that person was incredibly appreciative because they fall into a category where people think what they do is really easy because this person is a master of selling and a master of networking. She's really terrific at it. And there are people who think, oh, sales, that's easy. Oh, networking, that's easy. Oh, building relationships, no problem. And we started, that's when we got to the laugh, because I went through the idea of people doing what you and I do, talking for 4 hours, and they knew that. They were not doing that. I was actually ranting against other people who took that kind of approach to things. But that's but that's really, what it comes down to is that those shows really performed that function for a long time. I don't know if anybody's performing that function. And with the growth of TikTok and the growth of, anybody, I really believe this. If you figure out the pattern and you're actually just doing voiceover, if you're just doing kind of a lip sync, I think anybody can be funny for 15 seconds at a time. Anybody can entertain you for 15 seconds at a time.
But again, but if you're lip syncing it, you're doing it to somebody else's funny. That's not yours.
Well, when I'm
recounting somebody else's thing isn't yours.
I am talking about some creative people who are actually dressing up in very, very strange costumes and taking things that aren't funny and doing them in such a way that they are, which I do think is a certain level of thought. I don't mean like just lip syncing like Mitch Hedberg. That would be like, what are you doing, dude?
Okay.
Yeah. But you did but that's what I'm saying though is that anybody can sustain anything for 15 seconds.
Hey.
That just hit me. Vanna White was discovered as a contestant on Price is Right. That's what Trucker
I didn't
Bosun
know that. I didn't
it.
know that, Trucker Bosun. Talk about a dream gig. Okay, actually, for me, Pat Sajak had the dream gig of a lifetime, and now Ryan has it. But Ryan also does 9 other things. Ryan is insane. He is a machine.
Like Nate Burleson. Burleson is
an
an example of that too. Yeah.
Well, Ryan's a machine. He always has been. Anyway, but Vanna, I'd say Vanna has an ultimate gig, but I don't think that because I don't know. I almost said I don't respect her quote unquote talent. That's not true. Pat had to be quick on his feet. Like, Vanna's not funny. Vanna started out as a pretty face turning things. She became a little more of a personality, but that was because she and Pat had a thing. I don't mean romantically, although maybe.
They had chemistry. They really had
chemistry. They worked together
chemistry.
for like 30 years. Or longer, or maybe. I don't know how long that was. But probably not longer. I don't know. Anyway, but Pat was funny. Pat was like, he wasn't over the top. He was quick. He had to be just, quick-witted, 1 or 2 things. He's not telling long stories. And he got to travel the world, had a secure job for a very, very long time, and made a shitload of money, let's be honest, because there's only one Pat Sajak. There's only one Wheel of Fortune. Pat made a lot of money to travel the world, eat well, stay in amazing restaurants, meet people, stay in amazing hotels, meet people all the time, give some one-liners. He had a dream gig.
Dream gig.
And is able to retire and be fine the rest of his life as well. By the way.
Vanna White, by the way, I would say the hardest part of her job would be the chair. I'm not being funny. Would be actually sitting in that chair and getting ready. What it would take to prep her up, because man, it's that she was a product in the sense that he could get older a little bit. We would accept him getting older. With Vanna White, they had to make that transition as slow as possible, because she wasn't a spring chicken by the time the thing ended, and I can imagine that
she's still on it with
yeah,
Ryan.
Yeah, it's like it is a It's a long road.
She doesn't
there.
look that different, to your point.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't do a lot of close-ups on
They
her.
don't do a lot of close-ups. By the way, our good friend Steve jumped in to say it's not Monday and it's not Friday. Murphy stopped by to visit me, and to boot, I haven't had my coffee yet. Steve, hang in there. By the way, Mark actually wrote the name. I'm not going to try to say it, of the guy you were talking about up there in the chat. I think that's what it is. Israel.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Israel Kamakaioko'ole. Kamakaioko'ole. That's pretty close if it's not it. That sounds good.
That sounds pretty
let's
good.
pretend it.
And by the way, the Paranormal Pie Man points out one of my favorite moments on The Family Feud. Give me a name that starts with the letter H, Jose. That actually happened. I will tell you this, that Steve Harvey...
He's funny.
He
I
is
love watching him.
I will tell you this. There are times like when Steve Harvey gives fashion advice, shut up, dude. His fashion advice is terrible. When he gives like life advice, I don't want to hear it. But him as a deadpan reactor to the lunatics around him,
So
he's a genius.
good.
He's a genius. He literally
So good. And the other genius is Kenan Thompson playing him
Oh my God.
on Saturday Night Live.
Oh my God.
Also genius. Kenan doing any game show is genius.
Black
but when
Jeopardy?
he plays, yeah, and with Black Jeopardy. But when he also plays Steve Harvey, and you know, the faces. I'm doing the faces now to you. It's so good.
By the way, the Black Jeopardy where Tom Hanks plays a rural redneck MAGA Republican.
So good.
Is so good. Man, we were close there. Man, we were close. We were close. We were so close right there. But like when they had that moment of bonding, oh, that's how they get you. All right. Well, all right, Doug. All right. It's really, really sad, as a matter of fact. I think it is one of the most brilliant routines I have ever seen in my life, and the chemistry between Kenan and Hanks is really just spot on. They have real, genuine, it's almost impossible to describe what they actually are able to capture in that moment, because they both are great improv artists, and that makes a big, big difference there as well.
And the final one, before we move on, the final person I have to say for Saturday Night Live game shows, when Norm Macdonald, I think it's Norm Macdonald, yeah, is a contestant on Jeopardy, and
Burt Reynolds,
yeah, and he comes out in different. They pan over, and he's wearing that big cowboy hat thing. And it's like, what are you doing now? Yeah, giant hat. It's funny. It's funny. It's a big hat. It's funny. It's funny.
Your name is not Turd Ferguson. Your name is not Turd Ferguson.
I'll take the penis mighty for 300. That's the pen is mighty. Thank you.
I'll take
so brilliant.
I'll take the rapist for 400. It's the
That's therapist. So good. Okay, we digress for 30 minutes.
Speaking of digressions, we're not talking about going across the country on a bike in one shot. We're talking about going everywhere in the country on a bike in lots of shots. We're going to be talking to the Cranstons next. Bob and Tammy Cranston are going to be here on the scene. This is for anyone who's ever had to start over. Anyone navigating grief or retirement, or just itching to pursue a dream later in life. It's for the hopeful, the sentimental, and the road trip romantics. If you like stories that make you laugh, tear up a little, and want to hug.
And if you don't, what are you doing?
What are you doing here? And want to hug your person tighter, or maybe get back on a bike again. This book, their new book, is for you, and we will be talking to them about the book and their adventures all across the country. For anybody who's ever lost a spouse, they've had to come to grips with unspeakable loss, and then they need to move forward. Not everybody is able to. For Bob and Tammy, two people who lost their loves in midlife, they found a way to take one step at a time. Incremental victories, Lindsay.
Incremental.
Literally together. I'm not going to tell you any more about that story, because it is an amazing one that they have to unpack. And their book, The Blank Journal, is going to be part of a conversation, a larger conversation, about the way we have another friend of ours, Sarah Lee, who pedaled away out of despair and depression. And that's an amazing thing.
Right.
What was that? That was crazy.
My phone's going off. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. We'll get that fixed. By the way, Madison, would you take us into a break? There we go.
There we go.
Madison heard that and said, we got to get out of here.
I don't know what that was.
I do. People
Talking about says, what's impacting your relationships right now? That's my astrology. That's my astrology app going off. Time to get weird, guys. We'll be right back with Bob and Tammy Cranston. Do you want to turn your life around? Do you just want to be inspired to do something different? Or do you just want a really good story to read? Either way, we got you. It's Road Gang Radio. Bye.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
I want to talk briefly about the continuing phenomenon that is We Should Write, right? I thought yesterday's show was wonderful. I've told you in the past that every single show has its own, the commonality, the common thread is you, the common thread is writing, and the common thread is the kind of infrastructure that's been built around it. But each one feels exactly as if the person who is on the show has kind of created the atmosphere. And in many ways, you deserve a big compliment for that, because what is happening there is you're creating a space where people feel like they can be in the atmosphere most comfortable to them, whether it's somebody talking about summer camp. That's a big thing that happens there, that we feel like we're sitting around a fire. If it's somebody talking about, their struggles within the industry, it feels like sort of a confessional. If somebody's dealing with PTSD, it feels like a chance to kind of work it through with action and writing. Yesterday was really fun, because it just felt like two old friends dropped by your house.
As they did.
And we're just kind of shooting the breeze, and it just happened to be in a structured format where me and Trucker Bosun and Gina and a bunch of other folks were kind of chatting it up in Chat Town, trying to get the skinny from them as Mark hit those piano keys. And, we got to hear one of the most lovely voices on the planet.
You know what I mean when I say she calms your nervous system? When she sings, she really does. And we heard a sweet song, and then we heard sort of a silly song from her, very Broadway-esque. But both are great. She sent me something late last night, and she said, I bought this card, and the quote you'll probably know, but she sent it to me last night. She's saying what a gift yesterday was. She and Mark enjoyed it so much. Their granddaughter, by the way, was here the whole time, and no one even knew it. Five-year-old who is a really good singer and a performer. You'll die when you see her perform. They're screwed. But she sent me her card that says, we write to taste life twice, in the moment and in retrospect, which is such a great quote. I love it. There's a typewriter below it and a chalkboard. I love that she sent that and thought of the show when she thought about it, when she, was thinking about the day. So I'm excited for that podcast to come out. You can find it and all the past ones. I think that was episode 23 yesterday, I believe.
Good golly, Miss Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly. Locked and loaded and moving forward. We Should Write is past its 20th episode. Got past 7, got past 20. Guess what? You're a thing. You're a thing.
I'm a thing, all right. Good, bad, or indifferent.
Edward Carter Simon and our friends from Baseball and Barbecue would say they have over 300 episodes on Baseball and Barbecue, and our friends Chad Pfeiffer and Chris Lackey have over 1,000 episodes of Strange Studies of Strange Stories.
Is that intimidating? I try to think about, like, when I find a podcast that when I stumble upon it, it's to me, it's like good news, bad news about a podcast, because it can live forever. You can go back and find everything, even ones that are off the air, so to speak. Now you can still go back and listen to that still aren't recording or that aren't still recording. But I also, at the same time, when I stumble onto one and I see they have 400, 500, 600 episodes, I have to say I'm a little... it sort of turns me... I don't start a lot that have that many. I don't know why. I'm not sure. I guess it's something maybe I want to be there. Maybe it's the same thing of where I don't want to go back and watch a football game that's taped. Maybe it's a little same as that. I don't know.
I know, I dig what you're saying, and there's a way out of it. And by the way, the two people I already mentioned have ways out of it, which really, really fun. And
do they have seasons, or are they just ongoing?
Well, some of them have seasons, but there's another thing they do. Like, since we had that common point, Strange Studies of Strange Stories started off as the H.P. Lovecraft literary podcast. It then turned into hppodcraft.com, and then of course it morphed into Strange Studies of Strange Stories. What's really cool about that is the first 100 or so episodes are them kind of perfecting the original form. About every 150, 200, or 300 episodes now, they change. They kind of unveil a new version of it. They kind of become something else. And I think that part of the trick for the longevity is you stay the same. You stay the same, people, but that you acknowledge the need to grow. You don't let it get stale, if that makes sense.
Well, I guess that's the beauty with We Should Write. It won't get stale. It's not a format. I mean, it has a format that I know, but nobody else would know that, So hopefully that will be the case with it. It will be able to carry on because everyone is, to your point, very different.
But the other thing is too is the fact that, and the other reason why you as you kind of look across the course of this year, you need to figure out how many episodes you want to do over the course of the year and how many you don't want to do, how many spaces you want to be able to take a week or so to recalibrate and all that kind of stuff.
I want it to keep going. If I'm going to be gone sometimes, I think I'll just record it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It needs to be consistent.
You got to figure out, but there are ways. It's really interesting too. Those very rare occasions where people who have very popular podcasts do actually miss. They either do one, which you just said, they record something way in advance and make sure it's covered. But they also point out that they'll be taking some time off so that because what's going to happen eventually, and by the way, guys, this is really important because you all do the same thing every day. But as we were talking with Dean yesterday about this, Lindsay, is that a lot of people drive for many years and then find out they have a passion or a skill for something, I don't know, like hauling bees across the Donner Pass, or actually, being able to move the kind of sand you put in a sand trap on a golf course, both of which require a high level of expertise. One of the things that you're going to have to start thinking about is ways of keeping yourself interested in a positive way. I don't mean that you'll ever get uninterested, but of ways of keeping it new so you don't feel like... I really am convinced that people stay on things too long, too. Like Ellen DeGeneres stayed on her show too long. If she literally had retired 2 or 3 years early, and the number of people who give up their gigs, I think you have a 7 to 10 year lifespan on things. At that point, it's time to move on and make something really new. I think a lot of people get addicted to, like, that particular situation. I'm glad Pat Sajak retired.
We also change every 7 or so years. They say for marriages, you should, not they say, a friend of mine does, you should renegotiate the contract every 7 years in a marriage. Just like check in and be like, hey, do you want different things now? Do I want different things now? Should we, I don't even mean drastic, just like, figuring out how to even move about in the house or travel or whatever. Same thing with interests, but again, just to put a bow tie, a pretty bow on the We Should Write conversation. Everyone is different. So far, I still see a great future with it. I'm going to add video soon, so stay tuned for that. I'm working on getting some cameras in here. I have a meeting about that next week because I want you to be able to see the people that are in here besides the social media clips that I post. So.
And by the way, I had a really serious conversation with somebody who I trust a lot about that last night, and I could not agree more. I'm very happy that you're actually beginning to put that together. At this moment, we pivot.
Pivot.
By the way, normally I give a long bio introduction and try to kind of fill you all with the story of people that brings them to our show. The problem is that the reason why these people are on our show is the story that has brought them here. We are absolutely thrilled, by the way. Let me start by saying go to TammyCranston.com. Bob and Tammy Cranston, many years ago, met in essentially hospice grief counseling. Basically kind of sat down and forged a relationship. That relationship turned into something remarkable and special. And what is remarkable and special about that? And we will actually unveil their bios, Lindsay, across the course of this conversation because it's integral to this entire story. Their new book is deeply moving, and we are deeply thrilled to have the authors of The Blank Journal, the story of two grieving individuals who met through what they say was divine intervention. And we'll kind of let them pick it up from here. Good morning to you, Bob. Good morning to you, Tammy. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning.
You guys sound happy and in love. I'm so glad you sound joyful because if you came on very wah-wah, that would be a bummer. I also want to make it clear, by the way, it's called The Blank Journal, and that's not because there's a cuss word in there. I'm not bleeping that out. It's literally called The Blank Journal. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
okay.
right.
That's right.
Well,
the
I wanted...
The subtitle is Biking in All 50 States and So Much More.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is.
It really is so much more. Let's start there real quick because we'll go back through the origin story and how y'all met and what y'all had to unfortunately go through in order to come to this joyous place in life. But you are very intentional. I want to say this. You guys are very intentional about saying you biked through the U.S., not across it. And this wasn't a one-stop, a one hit. This was over a long period of time. But why is that distinction so important to you all? What is the difference between the two as it pertains to what you guys actually did? We'll start with you, Tammy.
Okay. Well, we will get to our background story, like you said, later, but we really wanted to do something to just be active. And we didn't have the time to bike all the way across the United States, but we did have the time to bike in all 50 states. And we have a tandem bike that my husband is 6'3", I'm 5'2". There's a really big height difference. And our tandem bike allows us to ride pedal independently, so I do not have to keep up with his pace. And so we set this goal to bike in all 50 states because we had this blank journal that was given to us at a wedding. And we wanted to fill that blank journal up with goals and memories. And we thought, what would be better than biking in all 50 states? We're getting exercise and we're seeing the country and we're having adventures together. And that's why we started on the journey.
I was still working when we started this, and I couldn't really just take off 3 months or whatever to bike across the whole United States. But we would go off on weekends, and then when I eventually retired, we were able to dedicate more time to traveling.
He would take a vacation a week or two, and sometimes in a 2-week period, we could hit, 4 to 5 states. So our plan was to bike at least 20 miles in a state. If it was a really difficult state that was really hilly, we thought we'll be doing good to get 10 to 15 miles in this state. But there's sometimes we bike 30 miles. And it was just a lot of fun. We learned a lot about each other. We met a lot of people along the way. And we found out that our best conversations occurred on that bike.
That's awesome.
One thing that's cool about a tandem is, especially as our hearing gets worse over time, we can talk to each other on the tandem. Whereas if you have two nice bikes, that are, 15 feet apart or whatever, it's really hard to have a conversation.
I have a quote here from your own book. I want to kind of set up with the kind of overall kind of spiritual foundation is these snippets capture what was important to us, our faith, our friends, and our family. We aim to be transparent. It remains our hope and our purpose to encourage, uplift, and inspire. And then the next sentence says, on a deep level, we understand the fragility of life. We have succumbed to the reality that things could turn on a dime at any moment. We'll start with Bob and talk about your own experience that leads you to Tammy and then leads you on that tandem.
Yeah, well, both of us were married to people who seemingly were in good health. And then all of a sudden, we came up with a terrible diagnosis. My wife went every year for her checkups, and she always looked great. All her numbers were wonderful, and her blood pressure was great. And then she started having some minor symptoms at first. But when she went in to get evaluated, they discovered that she already had stage 3 ovarian cancer. And so in a way, it turned on a dime. She went in for a routine check, and the next thing you know, we had this terrible diagnosis. And Tammy's story is somewhat similar.
Yeah, my husband Larry was very active and very healthy, and he started to have some abdominal pain since he did heavy lifting for work. He did go to see the doctor, and after several tests, we found out he had colon cancer, but it had metastasized to his liver. And so our spouses died just 1 month from each other, and then here we are at this grief support group.
Yeah, in both cases, the time of the diagnosis, the time of death was less than 2 years. And so things happen quickly.
Yeah.
There's so much here that is so inspiring. I don't even know where to begin. But where I'm going to begin is from a personal place and just say that, you guys met through grief. But what I want to encourage, I literally just sent my husband a text and said, who's in the other room behind me, by the way, and just said, let's come up with a couple goals, something to do together. I've never even thought about it that way, which is so silly. So the first thing I would love to, what you could say to people, and we will dive in here to the grief and the healing side of it in a second, and what this journey has done for y'all's hearts. But for people who are in a relationship now, obviously you've learned a lot about we don't know what tomorrow holds. YOLO, live life to the fullest. What can you say to somebody right now, somebody like me or anybody listening who's like, I need to call my spouse or my partner and say, let's come up with something to do together that we can achieve and grow through, because y'all did that both through writing and telling stories and talking to each other on the road. What could you say to people who are currently with a partner that they need to really grasp life with?
Absolutely. I'd love to start with this one, because what changed for me was when my former husband was diagnosed with a terminal illness. And he said to me, I am told I have less than a year to live. I do not want to go through a race. It won't save me. I want to live my life to the fullest. And he went to his work, told them the diagnosis. They said, you do not have to come to work tomorrow. But they said, did you know you can cash in half of your life insurance? And we looked at each other, and we just immediately knew we're hitting the road. And here we are. We're going to go live out our bucket list.
Wow.
And we did that. And I wrote my first book. It's called Why Not Me by Tammy Cranston. It's my first memoir with him as he's living out his bucket list. Here he is, dying of cancer, hiking mountains, swimming with dolphins, going paragliding, all these things, visiting national parks that are on his bucket list. We had to come back and do checkups, but then we'd hit the road again. It was so inspiring, and it changed me. I had to write a book about the whole experience, and I thought, this is how I want to live the rest of my life. I've put off dreams that I had. I didn't go to college when I was younger, but I got my college degree in my 60s just recently. Yeah. I wanted to become an author. I've written a whole children's series now and 2 memoirs, and I'm going to keep writing. I've started to do public speaking with my husband. So Bob and I, when we got this blank journal, we said we know how quickly things can change. We were given this blank journal as a gift at our wedding. We told everyone, we have 2 full households. We do not need anything, but someone gave us a blank journal. Perfect gift. And Bob knew that I had lived out Larry's bucket list with him. And he said, right now, let's write down all the places we want to go, what do we want to accomplish, what do we want to do, what do we want to see in our wildest dreams. And that is how our journey started. And we continue, even though we've done almost everything on our list now, we continue to add to it. For instance, when we finished biking in all 50 states and wrote the book, we realized, oh, wow, we've been at 21 national parks. And we looked up how many there are, and we thought, okay, there's 63. We're a third of the way there. Let's make that a new goal. And right now, we probably only have about 15 national parks left to do. So as soon as we get finished with another goal, we're setting another one. You know why? Because it keeps us motivated in life. It keeps us engaged with each other. And I did train to become a hospice bereavement volunteer, and I spent a lot of time in homes with people that are dying, and all of them had something in common, and it was regrets. So to answer your question the best, all I can say is my motto is to live with no regrets. Do not put off tomorrow things I would like to do today.
Beautiful, Tammy. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bob. Top that.
Yeah. Well,
What she said.
Yeah, right. Interestingly, somebody asked Martin Luther if he knew that Christ was returning tomorrow, what would he do? He said, I'd go out and plant a tree. And the reason is he just wanted to continue living life. And my wife chose a different route. She wanted to continue teaching kindergarten. So she did. We did take a trip to Mexico, and we had a nice time. But she wanted to focus a lot of her extra time on her kids. And to me, that was very important. I eventually I was working as a neurologist, and I eventually just had to step away from my practice for a while and just stay home with her. But the point is, you do what's important, and doing things together helps bring you closer together.
Yeah, and we got married later in life, so we didn't have these years and years of memory together. Bob and I didn't. So it's like we have, and we've only been married now. Our anniversary will be coming up here real soon, 14 years. But we probably have done more in those 14 years than people will do in a lifetime married 60 years.
That kind of really lands. By the way, I want to kind of point out from the book, you guys probably have a lot of stuff that is yet to be done. What you can safely scratch off the list, though, is both of you locking yourselves outside of a motorhome. So you must feel good that one is out of the way, right?
Yeah, that one we're not real proud of. But you know what? Like we said, we wanted to be vulnerable. We actually were doing Shutterfly books and just we have a Shutterfly book for every journey we've taken as to document the pictures, because I am a photographer, to document the pictures, and Bob is a journaler, and we put it all together. And that way we'll never forget. We said someday we'll be sitting in our rocking chairs when we're 80 years old saying, I did this, I went there. And once we started putting the Shutterfly books together and looking at the stories, and some of them were funny, some of them are conversations, some of them were really deep and sad about our past and things that we were working through in our lives, we thought, we think this would be inspiring to share with the world. And that's why we just decided to become vulnerable and put our life story in with the journey of the book.
Yeah, just to fill out the details on that RV thing, it was crazy. We were coming into a 3-day weekend. We had just driven into Arkansas at dusk, as the mosquitoes landed. And somebody said, there's something dragging underneath your RV. So we jumped out of the RV real quick. And unfortunately, I need to take credit for this. I am probably the one who bumped the lock on the way out. And the keys were inside.
Well done for taking credit for that, sir, by the way.
That's the whole point of the entire book, really quickly.
I'm pretty sure it probably was him.
I'm going to say, Bob, really quickly, I'm going to say this. I want to point out to our listeners, by the way, I didn't bring that up to kind of give you all a little needle. I brought it up because I just thought the book was so charming about not only do we get grief, not only do we get darkness, not only do we get triumph, we get a lot of silliness and the sloppiness of life. And that is one of the great joys of the book, is that you're just folks who have made the courageous decision to follow your own path and to kind of lead Thoreau's life of the life examined. It's a life examined. And I just found the utter kind of like, we're goofballs, to be one of the most charming things about it. Because we're goofballs over here, so we're happy to have you guys on our team. This is fantastic.
I love that you thought that story was funny, and at the time it really wasn't, but it is funny to look back on it. And one of my favorite little stories in the book is when we were at Glacier National Park, where we were directed to go on this trail. On the internet, we found this very nice trail, going by waterfalls. It's like, who doesn't want to do that? And the rangers keep directing us to the wrong place. And finally, we are in grizzly bear territory, and now it's starting to get dusk. And since we've been misdirected so much, we have to hurry and get back and get off the road. Well, the campground person, the ranger, told us to take a shortcut. Like, that'll be your fastest way. Who would want to take a shortcut walking through the woods in grizzly territory at dusk? And I thought, how stupid does she think we are? And I looked at my husband and I thought, I think we're safer to walk on the road. And he says, I think we might be safer to take the shortcut.
The problem with the road was it was 2 miles, mostly uphill at dusk. And I just thought it'll take us forever and we might get hit by somebody. And if we just race through the woods, I'll sing the whole time.
Well, that's what I told him. I'll let you decide because neither choice sounds good to me. But I said, when he chose the woods, I was praying he wouldn't, but he did. I said, you have to promise you're going to sing the entire time. And he did.
What did you sing? What comes top of mind there?
Anything. I mean, it was probably
all kinds of little children's songs and
Yeah.
Buffalo Gals, Won't You Come Out Tonight?
a lot of things that we sing to our grandkids.
And Dance by the Light of the Moon. Okay, we just have a couple minutes left, so I want to. In this, it's the hard part, but it will end us on a high. Oddly enough, because grief. We have several listeners that I can think of off the top of my head that are going through some grieving moments right now. Some people, my husband included, and grief really can freeze people in place. So I just want to, from an inspirational place with both of you, what helped you guys take the first step forward, and specifically because you guys met in a bereavement group. At what point did you realize this isn't just somebody I'm meeting along the way? There's something new forming here, both in the relationship and in my soul.
Yes, we both were grieving in a healthy way. And with my former husband being so positive in his journey and he loved the life, I thought, I felt like I was dying myself, and I thought that's not what Larry would want for me. So I needed to focus on living, and I needed to be open to new things. Even though I wasn't planning to get married again, I saw something special in Bob, and we literally went from meeting in the grief support group to ballroom dancing, because in our last class, we had to make a list of all the things that we'd put off that now we can do. And I had going back to college on my list, and I also had ballroom dancing. And because we became friends, we started doing ballroom dance together. So I think for me to move forward, I have to think about what would my loved one want for me. They want me to get the most out of life I can, to encourage others through the journey that I've been through, the comfort I've received, I can now pass that on, and to live life to the fullest. and reach for those goals.
And we came across a quote by Dr. Ray Pritchard that meant a lot to both of us.
Yes.
It says, you can't stay here. You can't go back. You have to go forward. And so we took that to heart, and we just said, well, we have a lot of good memories, but we're not going to stay here. We're going to move forward.
On a bike.
And that's what we've done, and we continue to do.
Literally and figuratively.
On a tandem. This has been one of our favorite. We've often done interviews with two people, couples and friends, and we've always enjoyed those kind of combinations. This has been one of my favorite ones, and I can't tell you how thankful we are that you have come into our lives for this wonderful book, by the way. Guys, please take the time to check. You can also please, by the way, check out the website as well, too. Check out Tammy's website, tammycranston.com. There's some really lovely books for children of every age, parents who want to be children again and share with their kids and the kids themselves. Please head over there. But for the purposes of today's conversation, the blank journal is where you want to be and where you want to go. Where can people find it, Bob?
The Blank Journal Biking in all 50 states and so much more is on Amazon and also Barnes & Noble. And if they just go to my website, like you said, www.tammycranston.com, you can just access the books there.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciate your attitude and your comments and your thoughtfulness.
Well, y'all are wonderful. You're inspiring, and actually you've inspired the segment for the other side of this break. I want to take some calls for people to call in and share their stories and their inspiration. So maybe as we end, could y'all give us, what's one question we could pose to our audience to take some calls on the other side of this? What's something you would like to ask our audience and see what they have to say about it as it pertains to your story?
I would like to ask people, what's holding you back from pursuing your dreams and your goals? Think about that, because no one should be held back. We should always be pursuing our calling and what there is. There's always something we want to learn or something we want to experience or something we want to do. What's holding you back from doing it?
And the second part of that in my mind is, if you do nothing, are you going to be happy with that decision?
Oh, I just got anxiety.
By the way, Bob and Tammy, if you actually wore a horoscope, you'd be Lindsay's. This is like right up her
You're
up
my
her alley.
spirit animals.
Thank
I love
you so much, guys. Go have the best of days and keep on riding that tandem.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Keep engaged in life.
Yeah.
All right.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, they're lovely. I want to get on a bike with them.
I know.
I'd make them fall over, but I still want to get on a bike
Yeah,
with
you
them.
can't get on a tandem if there are three people on it. You can, but man, that makes for a really interesting situation and a very different lifestyle, by the way, as well. We're going to take a quick break here. Speaking of different lifestyles, Madison with a T is on the ones, the twos, and the phones at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call. What is holding you back? And if you did nothing, would you be okay with that? If the answer is yes, then you got to sit with that. That's okay.
Laziness is a commitment. We admire it.
Yeah, own it. As long as you own it. Let us know what you're thinking. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew, get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
I'm getting us out of orbit with the help of my in-studio buddy. We were just talking about this new line of ugly dolls called Fugglers that I have a hyperfixation on as of late.
Have you ever bought anything for Freya that Freya wanted, Lindsay, that was like, what? Why do you want this?
No.
What is this? She's kind of normal?
Nope.
Well,
No, I just won't. I just haven't bought it. No, she hasn't. There's nothing she's really been fixated on yet, ever. She doesn't like the stuff that all the kids have, the Labubu's. She doesn't mention it.
Yeah,
like that's not. I mean, I'm very thankful for that. She's not really into a lot of toys or. So yeah, no. I mean, she's into. I mean, granted, she watches TV. She watches her Purple Pad, but we limit that. She's really into. She got a motorcycle. She's into that. She's into riding her bike. She's into music stuff. She got a drum kit. She's been playing that. But she's not. Those are things that we've gotten for her. She loves it. She's into her sparkle tennis shoes. She's real into these sparkle tennis shoes we got. But there hasn't been a thing that
God,
she's
she's
been
such
obsessed
your
with.
daughter. She's such your like sparkle tennis shoes and a motorcycle and a drum set.
Yeah.
I mean, that's peak you. I mean, might not be the same instrument.
Peak you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Peak you. Peak me.
you.
Peak you. Hey, by the way, this is what I've learned, guys, over the new year is the fact that humility and courage have to go hand in hand. Because, the question you asked the Cranstons, and then the questions that they asked kind of spill into this, and I'll kind of get the ball rolling at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
I realize that humility and courage go hand in hand because in order to actually have courage, you've got to kind of accept the fact that you will lose, you will be humiliated, you will be humbled. Although humiliation, I think, humbling that never goes away. I think that if provided you do what you're supposed to do and do it with courage, honor, and dignity, that humiliation is not for you. And I think in many ways it's the message of the gospel too, to a large degree. But the idea that I think when you do what you're supposed to do, and you do it well, and you do it, courage is what you find out you have after you do something. But I really I'm beginning to believe that the way to kind of go through life and to be the person you want to be, and to not do nothing, really requires a kind of courage that a lot of people get very deeply resentful at themselves for not having. Am I making sense? And I think most of the time people's anger at other people and their disappointments in other people are really their own disappointments. I read something yesterday that it was so obvious, but it hit me, that a midlife crisis is nothing of the sort. It's the final breaking moment of the dam when you decide that you finally wanted to be the thing you always wanted to be, as opposed to the thing that everybody else told you should be.
Yeah, midlife crisis can be a really positive thing. It's got a negative connotation around it, but if you embrace what's happening when you are in said state, take it as a time to be like, okay, all bets are off. I can do whatever I want now. It's a cool thing.
And I do think that there's a certain level of courage there as well that's involved.
As long as you don't go bang young chicks in a Corvette. Go on.
Well, that's exactly. Well, I think banging young chicks in a Corvette is not a. I think it's the manifestation and a symptom of a midlife crisis, but I don't think it's the actual what you're talking about, Lindsay, when you actually actualize yourself.
Yeah.
And I think
it's the gateway drug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, like I said, gateway drug is a really great thing. I think that often what goes hand in hand with addiction as a disease is a lack of courage. And I don't mean to shame those people. That's not what I'm saying. I think that there is a certain thing when you don't do the things that you want to do, when you don't really do them, that you get a self-loathing in yourself that often requires some sort of narcoticizing yourself in order not to have to accept the cowardice of your actions. That being said, let me also add responsibility here. If you've been married to somebody for 30 years and you like them and you love them, even if that has changed, I think you owe anybody you've entered into a partnership with the right of first refusal. You can't be like, my wife is the problem, unless they really are, or my husband is the problem, unless they really are abusive, toxic, that kind of stuff. But if you're just like, yeah, I want to change in my life, I think you have an obligation to your partner, your friends, to offer them a chance to go with you. The
or
idea that,
not. I have two of our very best friends, a married couple. We loved him. For the first 2 years we knew him, we thought he was lying about having a wife because we never saw her. We would meet him. We'd meet him we used to watch football at a bar when we lived in East Nashville. He's a big Chicago Bears fan, and so we would see him there. And he's the lively. He is, to this day, everybody wants to hang out with him. He's just fun, loving, good salt of the earth guy. And then we finally did meet his wife. He wasn't lying, and became very good friends with him as a couple. But a couple years ago, he was going out and he was going to hockey games. He was traveling. He was going to dinner, doing all this stuff. And she was pajamas at home. And he finally said to her one day, listen, I'm going to continue to do this. I'm going to live life. You can join me or not. I'm not saying I'm leaving. I'm not saying I'm divorcing you. If you don't, that's probably where it would have headed. Obviously, he wasn't saying that. He was saying, I'm going to keep going. So I'm not, you can rise up to me, but I'm not going to fall down to you. And change. She's now traveling the world, going to concerts, doing all kinds of things. She rose up, but to your point, you had to, give the partner the benefit of the doubt that if, guilty until proven it, or innocent until proven guilty, unless you give him the choice. And he's like, I'm not going to stop going. I kind of thought about that. Seamus has gone through some stuff, and I feel like I need to be with him. But then I'm like, I'm going to still go do my stuff. Give him some space. He'll figure out where he wants to land. And he's not doing what I said about that couple, but you know what I mean? Like I agree with you. I got to keep living life. Come with me or don't.
But that's the boundary. The idea that you owe them, I think, to some degree, especially if it's a relationship that's based on trust and you do like them, you owe them the offer. You don't owe them you not doing it. And I told you about that I think I told you this off the air. I might have told you on the air about a friend of ours who quit drinking, and he left his wife, and everybody just kind of blamed him, and people were angry at him. But the more the story came out, he had quit drinking. It turned out that this woman one day drove up to pick up the kids from school and fell asleep behind the wheel of her car waiting for them down the block.
Oof.
And nobody picked up the kids, and he went to go pick them up. And as he was driving to get them, he saw her behind the wheel, passed out on the wheel. And he made the decision at that moment that, I'm going to quit drinking. And he actually sat down with her and he said, look, I love you. We have a wonderful life. We've got 2 great kids. There's a whole world waiting for us. I don't have a drinking problem. And she got angry at him. And a lot of people didn't understand that he made the first offer to her. Like, let's walk out of this together. And she didn't. And he left. And a lot of people who didn't know the full story were really angry at him because, when you live in a community, when a genuine community, people see these things happen. They don't know the whole story.
Get butt hurt. You're going to mess up our circle?
Yeah.
Not about you.
Yeah. And so we ran into him on a golf course. It was really strange. So my brother took me golfing one day, and we see him, and he kind of gave us that I hadn't seen him in a while. And he gave us a tentative wave. I admire my younger brother so much. He'd been sober for the better part of 10 years at this point. Lindsay, watching my brother get the biggest smile on his face and walk across that green with that hand extended, because my brother knew. He observed it, and he grabbed his hand and he shook it. He goes, "Isn't it good to be among the living?" And Mike, I can tell you his name, he broke into a big beaming smile. You could almost see him almost cry that somebody was welcoming him back to the community. And at that point, the dam kind of broke, and people began to realize that our other friend, somebody had to sit her down and talk to her. But I think you owe an invitation for the life change. But if they don't want to change their lives, too bad, so sad, you got to go get you. I think that there's a point where you're right. You can't go back down to them. You got to get back up. You got to get up or get down. That's it right there. And Marshall said that if you don't get to live and you get to die, and you said that. And by the way, Marshall gave us 10, so we love you. And Tucker Boaston gave us 20, so we love him. That's amazing. That's awesome.
Yeah, Marshall said everyone's dying as soon as they are born, so make the best while you're here. That's fair. The minute you arrive on planet Earth, every day is a gift.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, I turned 25 this year, so I'm about to have my quarter life crisis.
What are we doing? Are we jumping out of planes? Are we traveling the world? What do you have like a something? When I turned, I'm much older than you, obviously, but my Madison, when I turned 40 that
double.
year, I ain't double. That year was my year of yes, and I just said yes to
Oh
so
my
many
gosh,
things.
Lindsay, I just got that book for Christmas. Have you read it? The Year
I
of
have.
Yes?
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you like
yeah.
it?
Oh my God, yeah, it's so good. I actually read it after I did my year. It was sort of like my conclusion to my year of yes. But yeah, absolutely read it. Is there anything so far on? When's your birthday?
It's June 11th, and I haven't started reading it yet. I actually got it for Christmas because I applied for like a fellowship or something like that with Shondaland. So I was like, let me see what this lady's about, and that's when I got her book.
Let me tell you the best thing, the most inspiring thing to me about Shonda Rhimes, who wrote that book. She's the executive producer, a ton of shows, but of everything. Grey's Anatomy, most notable, that kind of whatever, ton of things.
If she ain't doing it, Taylor Sheridan's doing it. Go.
Yeah, it's one of the two. She's the female Taylor Sheridan. No, he's the male Shonda. Let's
Nicely
put it that
done.
way. Thank you. But Madison, I heard her, I listened to her in an interview one day, and her whole thing, and she talks about this in the book, her whole thing is that whatever she's doing, she's got that hat on. So if she's on set, she's got her producer hat on, period. She does not have her mom hat on. Now, if there's an emergency, that's a different story. But if she's being mom, she's got her mom hat on. If she's at lunch with a friend, she's got her friend hat on. She is all in. She kind of, it's a way to figure out how to balance multitasking. You can multitask, but not at the same time. Multitasking means in my life, I do multiple things, but in the moment, I do the one thing. And I took that to heart so much. It's changed how I parent. Quite frankly, it's changed how I show up for friends and stuff. You know, as basic as put the phone down when you're in a conversation with somebody or whatever. But I think you'll be inspired by it, Madison, as somebody, you're doing this job, you're making films, you're a tattoo artist, you're an artist, you're also young and vibrant and can go live a lot of life. And I think it'll inspire you to do a lot of things, but while you're doing each thing, really do that thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, staying in the now.
Yeah.
It is the most crucial thing to do one damn thing at a time. That's what Lindsay's talking about, multitasking. I completely agree. You can multitask, but it's got to do one damn thing at a time. I actually got a great piece of advice by simply following somebody's example. So a friend of mine and I had made a schedule to talk to each other, and I called him at the said time, and he picked up the phone, Lindsay, and he goes, "Hey man, I'm honoring the phone call because we made an appointment. Can you give me 10 minutes?" And I said, "Is everything okay?" He said, "Yeah, but I was in the middle of doing something that went long. I didn't mean to do that. I need about 10 minutes to go from there to get to you. Give me 10 minutes to center myself." And it wasn't like a deep call. It wasn't like the fate of the world, but he really wanted to be present for me, and he didn't want to be thinking about what he had just done. And it just hit me. I'm like, that is brilliant. You know, the idea that it's so important to everybody out there listening to sometimes when you're shifting from one thing to another to create space to change your hats in the rhyme sort of way. I mean, that you want to take a moment if you're going to pivot.
Pivot?
If you're going to pivot, what you want to do is you want to take a moment to just kind of reset yourself and get into that headspace. That, I think, is a really crucial thing. And it's a lesson that I've been learning. I know you have too, Lindsay, recently, the hard way. Which hat am I wearing right now? Which person am I being right now?
I'm wearing my big hat. It's funny. Big hat. It's funny. Hey, you want to pivot real quick? Kind of, but not.
All right.
Do it again.
Pivot.
Thank you. Kind of pivot, kind of not. I've so far in the new year, I've woken up extra early to try to I'm not like get up at 4 by any means, but just I know now what time my daughter gets up now that we're back in the school schedule, and I make sure I'm up 30 minutes before that, and I'm doing like 15 minutes of some stretching yoga and 15 minutes of some meditation. And anyway, I made a 2026 as I want everyone to pick their word. I did that, made my vision board, and then I also made a 2026 playlist for myself. Not all of them actually were songs I knew. Some were, it was an interesting playlist. I'll share it with you, Jimmy and Madison, because it's fun. But I listen to that as well when I'm listening to that playlist, and I just hit shuffle, and it starts. It's got a couple hours of music on it. It starts wherever it's supposed to start that day. And it was really cool for me because it was, as opposed to like looking back on the year behind me, it's a looking for, along with my words, along with the songs I picked. These aren't necessarily like my favorite songs or they're just songs that they feel like what I want to hear in this moment of life, for this kind of thing. So, it was really fun. And especially I think for truck drivers, this would be a fun little exercise, because if you could make like, what 2026, my road traveling music for the year ahead that gets me in the mindset of moving forward. What does that look like? Do any songs come screeching into your heads, either you, Jimmy, or Madison, that would be your maybe a theme song for 2026, or a song that would be on your playlist? And we do have a phone call that we'll get to here right after that. We can go to the phone call and you could think about it too.
I'm going to really quickly say that I have found the, a live version of one of my favorite bands, the Atlanta Rhythm Aces, the Amazing Rhythm Aces. And there are a couple of songs on there that I loved on their recorded versions, but hearing them live is really kind of amazing. And there's a song called "The End Is Not in Sight," which is full of a great deal of, it's up tempo, but it's full of a great deal of Did you lose me, Lindsay? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is interesting because my power just went off on my side over here, but the batteries kicked in, so I am not able to hear you. Can you hear her, Madison?
I sure can.
Okay,
Hello?
fantastic. So she has to relate to me what she is saying. I'm cut off.
Oh.
I am not here. My lights are out and nobody's home. So you guys keep talking while I go take a look at this really quickly. And
His lights are out and nobody are home,
Awesome.
Madison. That feels on brand.
Well,
I
I was looking at my playlist because I wanted to see like what I've been listening to, and it's like, which one of these is like an inspirational like New Year song? Probably "You Get What You Give" by the New Radicals.
Oh yeah. Don't let go. You got the music in you. Good one. Good one.
Got
And old
the
school.
Dreamer's Disease.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, speaking of Dreamer's Disease, what else? What else is something on there?
Let's see. I've been listening to the Talking Heads a lot lately. I'm just like, I get like hyper fixated on things as you know, like with the Fugglers. Same with like music.
Clearly.
So I've been listening to a lot of the Talking Heads that's on here.
Great stuff.
These people are new to me, even though they're not new. They're from the 90s, I think. But LCD Sound System. I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
I've heard of them, and I'm trying to think of a song. I can't think of a song right
Jimmy
now.
said they're great. He's
Yeah.
trying to, as he tries to turn the power back on.
What song do you have? I'm going to pull it up on
Probably the most famous one on here.
Is it Dance Yourself Clean?
Yeah, that one's really popular. Dancer. Yeah.
That's all I'll play so we don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
I feel
They're watching.
They're listening. Anything that makes you, Madison, when I put the list on this morning, there's this guy called Abel Hart that I love. He's wild. He's out there. He records in frequencies, and he's crazy, and I love him. But when I put on his music, I immediately get like full body chills. It's not for everybody by any means, but it makes me start just moving and smile and happy.
Oh, yeah.
And that sounds cheesy, but like whatever can make me happy these days, I am clinging to with gusto.
Well, it's so interesting how like sound frequencies can affect you emotionally. Like, you know how they have like, I have those like Spotify playlists with the different like hertz, the different frequencies for like meditation and stuff like that. And it's crazy how it can just like quiet the brain because it's loud in there, man.
Dude, it's jungle in there for sure. Did you say we have Chris? Is Chris still on the line?
Yeah, he sure is. And we got Marshall now too waiting.
Let's talk to Chris and Marshall before we get this next guest on at 10:30. Chris, good morning, friend. What is going on?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm so good. You know what? Every time you call, Matt and I were just talking about frequencies and music and stuff that makes us happy. You do that for me as well. You're just one of the most joyous callers. So thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. That's just the way I'm built, you know. And Jimmy had made a comment a little bit ago about doing what's right, and I think they have a word for that called integrity.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's the one thing in life that you can never have too much of. You do what's right, no matter who's looking, who's not looking. You just do it the way it's supposed to be done, and things go much better.
Yeah. It should, it's funny. This is going to be a really silly reference, Chris, but I have a 7-year-old, so go with me. The movie Frozen. In Frozen, I'm not sure if it's the first one or the second one, doesn't matter, but there's the general of the army, and Anna says to him, "So what are you going to do next?" And he says, the next right thing. And it inspires the song called The Next Right Thing in that movie. And it's so, listen, Disney, for all their faults, there's a lot of truth that they sneak in there. And it's true. I think about that damn song a lot. It's like, what am I going to do next? Well, the next right thing. What feels right to do? What's the right thing? Just do that. And that's integrity.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And, it's like when I lost my job before I started driving a truck. I couldn't get a job to save my soul because I was overqualified for whatever position I was trying to get.
Isn't that a weird thing?
Decided,
It's the worst.
Okay, I'm going to my bucket list. I've always wanted to drive a truck, so I learned how to drive a truck. And once I got into the truck and I learned some stuff, my integrity kicked in. I have to do everything right. I got to learn everything I can as often as I can so that I can do what I need to do. It plays perfectly into your conversation, you and Jimmy started on this half hour.
Mm-hmm. It's what's cool too. I'm happy when you bring that up. The idea of sort of shifting gears, pun intended, later in life. And we talked about this the other day that my husband, he works in TV and film, Chris, but he has a lot of off time in between like productions or whatever. And he's trying to figure out not so much how to change careers, but the career, the side career for when that career is not happening. And he talked about, he loves to drive. And whether that be trucking or just hauling, locally or whatever that might be. But I love that you were like, I'd always wanted to learn to drive a truck. And you losing your job, you could have looked at that two ways. Like, this is a terrible thing, or this is a gift to pivot and do something different. and you did pivot, and you did. So I think that's amazing, and it's a good conversation for everyone to remember.
Well, I live by one rule. Everything happens for a reason. Even though you don't know what the reason is, you can just adjust to it and move on.
Completely agree.
And like the couple you had on, they moved on with life in a positive way. I love that segment. That was fantastic.
Oh, I'm so glad you liked them. The book is called The Blank Journal. Here, let me, whoops. I'm going to get the full title. The Blank Journal. Come on, what's the end of it? Oh, wait, shoot. Now, where did it go? Oh, shoot. Well, the Blank Journal, blah, 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 50 states, blah, blah, blah. You'll find it. Blank, I love that we're like, it's not a cuss word. You can go to tammycranston.com and find out more about it. But you're right. It's you know what I think this theme keeps coming up more and more, Chris. I sometimes feel like a lot of the things I'm saying are kind of like no-brainers. And then I realize that it's the no-brainers. It's the easier said than done kind of things that actually are easy. We just overthink it. We make it harder than it needs to be.
Some people overthink things, and that makes it more difficult. So there you have it.
There you have it, my brother. I just adore you. Thank you for calling. Thank you for listening. Happy man-made New Year still to you, and keep on with that integrity and inspiration, my friend.
Oh, no problem. You have a great day, and I'll be listening to you every chance I get.
Thank you, brother. Take care. Madison, let's grab Marshall real quick before we hop into this break, if you will.
I just grabbed him.
Grab him. Grab him. Hey, two ladies grabbing you over here. Marshall, how does it feel? Good morning.
Grab me in the right spot, and I'll be yours for life.
Ayo. What's going on, brother?
Well, I found a song that I liked, and I quoted it for you, and I saw you liked it too. It's actually a jazz song, but I thought you could change it up because the girl's a jazz singer in the song, and you could just make it a country singer is what I was thinking. But what was funny was that I quoted it, and nobody pays attention anymore. I put quote marks on there. It's the one that says, "Take a little drive in the city with me, through streets and alleys of my life, over bridges that I've burned. That's where you will find me, at the corner of Hope Avenue in despair." And, everybody thought I was having a bad moment. All the people that commented on it were, "What's wrong? What happened? Are you okay?" And I thought to myself, "Dummies, don't you see the quote marks up there and stuff?" And I tagged Lindsay, Lawler in it. but people don't. But it was kind of gratifying that people were concerned that I was having a bad day or a bad moment or something was going on with me. So, and that they reached out to try and find out what was happening. But it was just a song that I thought you could turn it into a country song.
I love that idea.
Yeah,
it's called The Corner of Hope Avenue in Despair. You're talking about, it's Jules Day, yeah?
Yeah, I really like her. I like a lot of her stuff. She's a fantastic. I like jazz, and she's a fantastic.
I do too.
I can just see her in the smoky jazz club. Drinking a drink and singing. She kind of reminds me of Audrey with the Crawdaddies.
Oh yeah, that's a good combination.
Yeah, they both, they can do each other's songs and stuff. So, but that's all I had for you today. I'll let you get back to work.
Well, no, I appreciate it. We're going to grab this next guest who you're going to find very interesting, I believe. I want to say, by the way, Trucker Bosun also said his song is Trip Around the Sun by Jimmy Buffett. That's a good one to look forward to for the year. We love you, brother. Safe travels. Right. Thanks for calling. Thanks for listening. You always make me happy. You know that.
I know that. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Take care. Joining us next, we've got a guest coming up here in just right after this break, and this is going to be a really cool conversation. By the way, something a little different. Carla Kaplan is joining us, the author of the latest book, Troublemaker: The Fierce, Unruly Life of Jessica Mitford. This is fascinating. I know Jim was fascinated by reading this book. Also, by the way, she splits her time between Boston and Cape Cod. So, I'm going to talk about that because that is my husband as well. But the book centers on Jessica Mitford, who's known as Decca. She's one of the famously glamorous Mitford sisters who did something really radical. She walked away from all the wealth and the privilege of this esteemed life she had. And she went on she fought fascism. She survived war and loss and became this really joyfully infused political writer and activist, and it's a fascinating story. Carla has written the book around it and spent 10 years in sort of interviews and time and research with this lifelike character. I say character, but it's a real person, and we're going to dive into that book here right after the break. Madison, get us out of here. Let's get Carla on the line, and we'll find Jimmy and get back. It is Road Gang Radio, guys. We will see you on the other side. As Jimmy says, he's not here, but if he was here, he'd say, hold tight, don't get thrown to the wolves. He'll be right back. I'll be right back. You'll be right back. Our next guest will be right back. Madison with the T on the ones and the twos. She'll be right back.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act. One simple act. that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
She did, and I'm back. Hey, Lindsay Lawler.
Hey there. Hit those turbos is right. Welcome back. It's Road Gang Radio. You can find us on iHeart. Listening, it's a free app, guys. iHeart. Just search RadioNemo, and we will pop up. RadioNemo. That's the name of the man of our namesake. And happy to have you guys all back. Thank you for listening. Everyone commenting over in the chat. Glad to have you here. This next guest, really interesting, really cool pivot. But honestly, Jim, honestly, it's really cool to me how much this next guest actually is a perfect handhold from the prior guest that we had earlier today. There's a lot in common, same, but different. Our next guest has written an extraordinary book that immediately grabbed my attention, not just because of who it's about, but really because of what it's asking, I think. And Carla Kaplan, she's the author of Troublemaker, recently named one of Kirkus's best nonfiction books of the year. It's been blurred by Pulitzer Prize winners and by Congressman Jamie Raskin, which already, by the way, tells you this book lives at this very interesting crossroads of history, politics, and human courage, we'll say. So the book centers on Jessica Mitford, known as Decca, one of the famously glamorous Mitford sisters who did something radically different, walked away from wealth and privilege, fought fascism, survived war and loss, and went on to become this very sharp-witted, joyful political writer and activist who refused to become grim, even when the stakes were very, very serious. Carla Kaplan has spent a decade with this story, mining the archives and letters and new interviews to understand not just what Decca did, but this is what I love. It's really how she lived and how she stayed human while fighting these systems that were stripping people of their dignity. So very excited about this conversation and this book, and can't wait to introduce it to our audience. Please make welcome to the show, Carla Kaplan. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here.
So, Carla, Jimmy Mack here. When you were putting this book together over the course of time, and I've been a long time living with these people, did you kind of, as you were kind of putting this story together, did you kind of like watch the events of present day kind of swirl around, despite the fact that these people you're writing about, and of course the person at the center of all of this existing a long time ago in a world that is so far away it's almost science fiction, and they come from a rarefied, very, very wealthy era, the rich are not like you and me, as Fitzgerald said. Did you nonetheless keep on saying, man, this is getting really uncomfortably close to the truth about what's going on in a lot of families now? This is kind of like all of that on steroids.
Boy, so much so. I mean, that is, you have put your finger on it. She speaks to the current moment in so many ways that honestly, it really is kind of eerie. Probably the most important way she speaks to the current moment is that she comes, as you say, from this rarefied, privileged background. And, let's face it, the aristocracy is not famous for being interested in other people. That's not their calling card. But she grows up profoundly interested in others. Being interested is what makes her so interesting. And not only does she throw all that aside to fight for working people all her life, but she turns out to be incredibly effective as a fighter for other people, in part because she knows how to use pieces of her background to her own advantage. Not the money, not the titles, that she lets go of, but certain kinds of mannerisms and a certain kind of toughness she carries from her childhood forward. And it speaks to this idea today that we're hopelessly divided, that we can't possibly care about one another, that those who have everything are never going to give a damn about those who don't have much. And she says, well, I do, right? She says, I care about other people. And for me, that piece of her life at this current moment gives me a kind of hope, I have to say.
I couldn't agree more. And to your point of saying the stuff that she did from her background, that she did carry forward. What I think is so interesting here, because, Carla, there's walking away from privilege, and then there's refusing just to let it define you ever again. And those are very different. And so what do you think Jessica was actually what was she really rejecting here? Because it's not her life, it's not her upbringing, because she, like you said, she pulled pieces. But what was the thing that she was actually rejecting?
Yeah, and you're so right. It wasn't every piece of her life. In fact, I think all her life she longed for a sisterhood like the one she grew up in. She grew up as one of 6 sisters who were completely dependent on one another for everything in their lives, their education, their social world, their ideas, their play with language, their pranks, their teasing. They were a world unto themselves. She never stopped longing for that, and she recreated it with everybody she could. That's why she called Maya Angelou, her best friend, her sister. But what she did walk away from was the class system. And what she grew up unable to accept were the incredible inequities, first of the British class system, and then of the American class and race system as she came to understand it once she became an American, which she did at basically 19 and sort of never looked back. She lived most of her life in Oakland, California. And she never, she was one of those children, those really little children. We've all known them. Some of us have been them, who say to their parents, I don't understand the world. Why do a few people have everything and everybody else has nothing? It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, most people, they grow up, they become part of the world. They don't hold on to that in as fierce a way. She always did. She remained fiercely baffled by the depths of social inequity. And that's what she walked away from. She walked away from the unfairness of class and race, but she held on to all the playfulness that had been part of her childhood and that she loved about her sisters, and she looked for that everywhere she went. So, here she is joining the Communist Party, not known for playfulness, and looking for playfulness. So, of course, she's adored, right? She is absolutely adored by all her other comrades, because nobody else has the, I would say, chutzpah to try to make the Communist Party playful. And to Jessica Mitford, that just makes sense.
Yeah. What's real big, Jim, I want to say here, again, the difference, because this word you said is perfect. She was baffled by it, injustice. She was not debilitated by it. That's the difference. So many of us I get debilitated with injustice, but then think, what can I do? And I shut down and I hide in the woods. But she was not debilitated with it. She was baffled with it, and being baffled leads to curiosity, leads to what can I do? So I think that's the interesting differentiation there.
And she was such a curious person. She was such an interested person. She was so full of questions and interest in other people, interest in other forms of life, interested in questions. She was never, a political ideologue or a theoretician. She was just interested in solving practical problems, and so much so that the worse things got, the more that got her out of bed every day. For some of us, as you say, things get worse and worse, and we have trouble pushing back the covers and facing another day of horrific bad news. She jumped out of bed ready to fight every day because that gave her energy. And for me, I find that enormously inspiring. Here's somebody who's lived through an even more difficult time than any of us are facing now. Whatever side of the spectrum people are on, I think we all acknowledge we're going through rough times. Families are divided. People are struggling. These are tough times. Well, she went through much worse and got up every day ready to fight.
Well, unlike her sister, for whom World War II, for a lot of people who found themselves on the far right during World War II in England, was an absolutely devastating moment. Whereas she, and also I want to point out, not a person of intellectual courage, not a person of social courage, a person of actual physical dare-do-well courage, too. This is a person who was, as you say, very much in her time when people like Hemingway and Dos Passos and all those characters and Orwell are all racing over to the Spanish Civil War. She is embracing it as much as they are. I mean, this is a physically courageous human being as well, right?
Remarkably physically courageous. What people who have heard of her may not know, and she's most famous for her expose of the funeral industry, The American Way of Death, had a profound impact on American culture, and it really gave rise to the sort of consumer rights movement. What people may not know is she suffered terrible tragedies. Her first husband, Esmond Romilly, Winston Churchill's nephew, was one of the earliest English men to fight in the Spanish Civil War. He got to Spain so early there wasn't even a British battalion yet. And then he joined up in World War II to fight the fascists, as so many, young people did all around the world. And he was shot down and killed over in the North Sea. They had already lost one child. She later lost another. She went through terrible tragedies in her life. And one of the real tragedies, you've already put your finger on it, I think, is the way in which politics divided her family. It was so unthinkable to her, somebody committed to social justice, that one of her sisters was Hitler's intimate, and that the other sister was married to the founder of the British Union of Fascists. I mean, this was for her just a kind of unspeakable horror. And as much as she got up to fight the good fight every day, she was also dragged down every day by the sadness of living in such a divided family. And in that way, too, I think she speaks to the current moment where, a lot of people have just come from the Thanksgiving table where, they didn't know how to deal with incredible divides across the turkey dinner.
The why now is certainly interesting in this, but quickly though, from the writer perspective, because we've touched on the juxtaposition that she was and the lightheartedness to what she was actually fighting and the humor, because she was not void of that. But I'm curious, because two truths can be happening at once. Was there anything in her letters or her archives, Carla, that made you uncomfortable? Was there anything that sort of, and not by any means to knock her, but to show the human side, was there anything that complicated your admiration for her?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm so glad you asked that, because while I think she's a great model for our times, I think most of our models are imperfect. And that's an important thing. We have to let them be imperfect, or else we set them up for failure. There were lots of things that were difficult about her. One was that she was an alcoholic, and that is perhaps not surprising given her background and some of what she lived through. But towards the end of her life, until she quit cold turkey in the last few years of her life, the alcoholism became extremely severe and pronounced. And a person who was generally kind and generous and interested in others became pretty difficult to be around, and sometimes, not nice to people around her. And that was hard, and that was something I really, had to struggle with. But for me, as an American, the hardest thing of all was one of the most Mitford and most British things about her, which one of her lifelong best friends, Virginia Durr, called her concrete upper lip. So we joke about the British having a stiff upper lip, and Virginia Durr said, no, Decca didn't have a stiff upper lip. Hers was concrete, because she wouldn't talk about her feelings. She didn't want to hear about other people's feelings. She thought it was self-indulgent. What she used to call it was grubbing about. Of course, I grub about all the time. I grew up grubbing about. I talk about my feelings anytime, but she didn't. She didn't believe in it. And it was sometimes very, very hard on her friends. One of her very best friends wrote her once on the point of suicide. A woman had been through terrible personal trauma, and it was producing daily migraines, and she just didn't think she could go on. And she wrote Decca. She said, I think I'm going to kill myself. What should I do? And Decca wrote back and said, you should be collecting shoes for the Montgomery bus boycotts. I mean, talk about unsympathetic, right? She, and it wasn't just that she was so committed politically. There was that. But she couldn't hear people's individual, personal, emotional pain because she couldn't give way to her own. And she was so busy putting a steel door down on her own pain that I think she could sometimes be a pretty difficult friend to other people in pain. That was hard. That was a hard thing to see in her letters and to see in her own life, to see the way in which she could never share with anybody her worst moments.
I'll tell you this, what's really interesting, is kind of fitting, by the way, that this daughter of the aristocracy would end up in Oakland. I just think is like one of the best, one of the great, I would call it ironic. I would call it perfect. Like it just kind of completes the circle that she ends up in one of the most, that even when she goes to California, she ends up in one of the most rough and tumble kind of areas you can possibly imagine. And she was always, that granite upper lip you talked about, that stiff kind of, stone lip though, it's also kind of matched with a really wicked sense of humor. I mean, that's one of her great deflection points as well, too. I mean, that she's not just being like a hard ass, she is, but she's also figuring out ways. She has a lot of tactics by which she buries her emotions, doesn't she?
Yes, and humor is a classic, right? And it can be befuddling to people around her, and I think it sometimes was, because she was so funny that everybody wanted to be in the room with her. And she was so genuinely, authentically interested in other people. That was just a deep piece of her character, that she exuded a kind of warmth. And that led certain people to want to confide in her about their own feelings and their emotions. And then the steel door would come down. Because, and you can see how somebody who was so funny and so interested in other people could confuse those around her. It confused, in particular, it confused feminists. She was always, not sure why she wasn't part of the feminist movement, and she was a little edgy about it. She was a little itchy about not being seen as a feminist. But of course, she was living during the period when the motto of the American feminist movement was the personal is political. Well, not to Jessica Mitford, it wasn't. And so it put her at odds sometimes with her friends and sometimes with political circles she was part of, because in many ways she was and seemed to be the liveliest, warmest person in the room. She was certainly one of the most generous. And I think that confused people who knew her. I guess I have to admit, as her biographer, it confused me in the beginning. When I was trying to get an overall sense of her, I thought, oh, is she cold? Is she warm? And I realized I had to let her be all of those pieces.
Wow. We're talking with Carla Kaplan. You can head over to Carla Kaplan, Carla with a C, Kaplan with a K, carlakaplan.com. The book is Troublemaker, The Fierce, Unruly Life of Jessica Mitford. I have to tell you, Carla, there were times going through this book where I had to remind myself this was not a fictional novel and she was not a character in my imagination. Like it really, after and with that, several other books on your website, by the way, and sidebar, I host a show called We Should Write about the healing power of writing. And I would love to have you on that to talk about your book, The Erotics of Talk, which by the way came out like almost 30 years ago, but I still find it very interesting and timely again now. You can find this book on her website, but with the comments on the fictional, not fictional side of it, after you lived with Jessica for, and studying her for, a decade, well over a decade, what part of her now do you miss the most?
Oh, what a great question. And yes, of course, I'd love to come back on your other show. I think what I am missing the most, and it's a reflection of what the daily news is like every day for me, for my students, for people I know and love, I'm missing the ability to get up and fight every day and to get up and laugh every day. I find that I can do one of those two things, and it's hard for me to do them both at the same time. And I know that the way she sustained her fight and her energy and her activism was by doing both at once. And I emulate that, but I struggle to do it. Sometimes if I'm really laughing, I actually even feel guilty. How can I be laughing when, an activist protester was just killed in Minneapolis? How dare I laugh? Or, sometimes I'm participating in an activity, a social justice activity, and I'm thinking, okay, there's no room for humor here. She always married the activism and the humor. And it actually inspired everyone around her, from Benjamin Spock to the incarcerated men she befriended and visited constantly in California's prisons. She had 100 incarcerated male pen pals and good friends. And she brought humor right into the prison with her. And it's that. I feel like to sustain ourselves going forward, we're going to need to be able to laugh and fight at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsay said the idea that she thought she was reading a fictional character. I would actually argue that she was reading a fictional character, in the sense that I think there's something inspiring about the idea that the narrative that was written for Decca at the beginning of her life was the narrative she did not choose to live and instead wrote her own. It really is a story about a very gifted, very talented writer constructing character over the course of that long period in which she lived, moved, and shook. And that's what's really cool about it, too.
What a great way to put it. And don't you think that goes back to the earlier thing we were talking about her humor and about her concrete upper lip, that she had written a new story for herself. She had unwritten herself as a privileged British aristocrat raised to marry well and reproduce the aristocracy, and she'd rewritten herself as an activist and a social justice fighter. And she was so committed to the rewrite that anything that didn't fit the new story, she wanted to push off the page, I think. So I think you're exactly right, that she's an incredible story of somebody who refashions themselves. And we can also see how in the refashioning, there were certain things she couldn't allow into the new version.
And also, though, like the Apostle Paul, who wakes up as much of a cantankerous coot Christian as he was Jewish, she, in many ways, flips the script, whereas the privileged often have great feelings about themselves and disdain for the commoner. She ends up just flipping the attitude. She has nothing but contempt for the privileged class, while at the same time honoring the common man and the common woman. And she ends up, keeping a core value, except she completely reverses it throughout the course of her life, which is kind of staggering as well. It's
so well put. And isn't it also funny that one of the great muckraking advocates of the working class, one of the great defenders of working people, comes from the aristocracy, which doesn't even know what a weekend is, right? I mean, she completely flips that piece as well.
Carla Kaplan. You can head over to carlakaplan.com. Carla, I have to ask on a completely different subject because it says it in your bio that you split your time between Boston and Cape Cod. My husband is from Wellfleet, Massachusetts on the Cape.
You're kidding.
No,
Oh
where
gosh,
do you spend your time on the Cape?
So I'm in East Ham, but I lived in Wellfleet for 25 years.
No!
So we're going to have to do the do you knows. We're going to have to go through it, right?
Oh, his whole family still lives there. My sister-in-law, Emily, is bartender was at the Wicked Oyster, and of course, all the spots. She's at the bookstore, all the spots. So I'm sure we'll know.
I was at the Wicked 2 nights ago, so I'm sure we have a long list of do you knows.
I'm gonna sidebar text you that after this.
Please.
Okay, I will. Carla, it's such a fabulous book, such a fabulous conversation. Timely, but not in a bad way. Timely, I'd say, in a really inspiring way to not get debilitated. Do what you can in your own circle, in your own backyard, with gusto and with joy, doesn't have to all be with heaviness. Do what you can in a positive manner. I just really appreciated the book and the conversation. So thanks for making the time.
Thank you both. Really appreciated the questions. They were exactly on mark.
Thank you. Pretty terrific, Lindsay, by the way, and being a troublemaker often. I figure, that kind of thing appeals to you. I mean, this is literally a woman who combines curiosity, and then once she finds out about something, she says, how can I make as much trouble as I possibly can? Just fantastic stuff. I can't, But you can't relate to any of that, can you?
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. What you talking about, Willis? Well, I'm talking about the fact that we will be back tomorrow morning. Jim, you got a line up. You're going to, of course, kick it off with load them up and move them out, as you always do. Dave Hella from TCA joining you. Nat Segaloff will be joining us, by the way. He's a returning guest and a producer. It's going to be a great show. Don't miss it. See you tomorrow.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
My dad ran a truck stop. My grandpa was a trucker. My uncle was a mechanic. My great uncle, obviously, ran a truck parts repair and sales. Like, I didn't care what I did as long as it was around trucks.
And welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, we've got an encore presentation today. Two titans of the industry. I think that's safe to say, right?
Definitely safe to say.
Ryan Martin of Chrome Shop Mafia, the boss man.
Yes.
We'll talk to him here in just a moment. And Todd Spencer, president and CEO of OOIDA, well known to the show, well known to the industry as well.
Yes.
But looking forward in these conversations to hearing more about their lives, about their careers,
How they all got started.
their favorite color. Maybe we won't get into that.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about everything that's kind of, led up to where they are right now.
Yeah.
And has kind of contributed to where they are right now.
Mm-hmm.
So let's not waste any time here, starting with Brian, the Boss Man Martin of Chrome Shop Mafia, talking about how Chrome Shop Mafia got started about 20 years ago.
Well, Chrome Shop Mafia was probably 2004, 5. We were getting pretty well known at that time for having a custom shop that could do things from really, really wild to mild and everything in between. And we had got in a habit of every winter we would build what we thought was a top-end show truck, and then we'd launch it down at Louisville at Kentucky, and we'd show it all through the spring, summer, and fall, and we would sell it. We'd take that money and do the same thing the following winter. So we were building a high-end show truck every year and debuting it on the show circuit, as well as our shop at that time was building a lot of trucks for people from all over the country. And we were just doing it all as 4-state trucks. And we thought, well, car clubs have names and motorcycle clubs have names. We need to think of a name for our truck shop, our truck gang. And actually, a customer was in our paint booth. We were working all weekend to get one painted, and he was just kind of hanging out with us. And he said, "Man, you ought to call it the Chrome Shop Mafia." And there was 3 or 4 of us there, masking this truck off, and we all looked at each other and like, dude,
that
rocks.
Yeah.
So we did Chrome Shop Mafia, and then Monday I got a hold of our marketing company, which was in Joplin at that time, and I said, we need a logo. And in just no time, like 24 hours, they had the Tommy gun logo and said, "What do you think about this?" And we're like, "Done. Let's rock and roll." And that's how the name, the logo, all came about. And then we've obviously used it since that time. And a lot of people think that Chrome Shop Mafia was a result of the Trick My Truck TV show. Chrome Shop Mafia was a few years, 2 or 3 years before Trick My Truck, and then they promoted it during the filming of Trick My Truck. They promoted the Chrome Shop Mafia, which was a great thing. I mean, it was excellent marketing that we could have never afforded as 4-state trucks. So it really worked out well.
You brought up obviously Mafia is part of the name. Are you like a fan of like the Mafia, the mob movies? Like where does that kind of, personality or that identity kind of come from?
Oh, I think everybody, some of them are pretty rough, but that was kind of the whole gangster, Al Capone, Scarface. I mean, that's kind of the appeal of it. And we just thought it was cool. I love any shoot 'em up action adventure as much as the next guy and a lot of gals, but we really just picked that. Not that we were like mega passionate, but it just seemed to fit. Everything seemed to fit. We did a series of trucks back in like 2007, and we called them the Pit Boss, the Hitman, so it just seemed like the Mafia motif really, really was fun, and we embraced it and got a lot of mileage out of it and still do today.
Ashley was asking you kind of about, the origin story of 4-state trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. We have to go back, I guess, a little bit further, right? Because this is kind of a family business for you, right? I think is it your father and your great uncle are kind of the ones that started this, right?
It all started back in '79, just as it's a funny story. It actually started as we were an international dealer, which is now Navistar. And they did that, I think, through '84. The economy was horrible. I mean, it's kind of before our time. I mean, I vaguely remember it. I was a teenager. But, I mean, it was bad. It was way worse than 08, 09, 2008, 2009. And they said, hey, we're just, nobody's going to buy a new International at 14 and 15% interest. So they gave the franchise back, and they just started selling used trucks and doing truck repair, like mechanical truck repair. And so I go to diesel school in 85, 86. I come back, go to work for my uncle at 4-state trucks. And we're doing just, brakes and air conditioning work and wheel seals and clutches and stuff like that. And we go a few years. My uncle's in his 70s. He's my great uncle. And he retires. And here I am at 20-something. And I'm kind of like the junior manager of this at that time it was probably 8 or 9 employees. We had a parts man, we had a delivery guy, a secretary, and 3 or 4 mechanics. And I was the truck salesman back then. And we kind of ran with that. We added the salvage. We started buying and selling salvage trucks and salvage parts. Did that for a lot of years. And then in about 93, we really embraced chrome and accessories because there was really – chrome shops weren't as popular and frequent back then. So we started carrying some bumpers, some sun visors, a few cabin sleeper panels, and some lights. And, man, it just exploded. So we really built a name for ourselves all through the 90s as being the go-to for chrome and accessories and installation. Then we added the customizing and painting aspect to it, and a lot of years go by. We do the Trick My Truck thing, and at that time, my brother and I decided, hey, we really got to get focused. Like, we're trying to do everything. So with much discussion and a lot of heartfelt pondering, we decided to close down the salvage yard, and we would just sell new parts and accessories. We would install new parts, and that's kind of what we would do. And we focused on a website and a call center and things like that, and kind of turned the corner into maybe modernizing our business to meet the shopping habits and needs of trucking, all through the late 90s and 2000s. And today, we got our store, our website, call center, installation, and it's a big undertaking. Now, I tell people I don't run 4-state trucks; it runs me because there's 150, 160 people. We're running trucks and routes, delivering parts all over the Midwest, and we've got other stores in other towns, and it's really fun to see how it's grown over the years and to see all that it is today compared to like 1993 when we went to GATS for the first time, and got into the whole customizing scene.
Well, that's the thing, too, that I find interesting, and you can speak to this much better than I can, but it does feel like the 90s were kind of a turning point when we're talking about, customization. Obviously, I know people were doing stuff with their trucks before that, but and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it does seem like the 90s is when we started seeing kind of a shift, right, for a lot of folks out there who were thinking, this is my second home, essentially. I can do some really cool stuff with it, and they started exploring that. Was that kind of the turning point? And if so, you kind of hit it at the right time, right?
Man, truer words have never been spoken. All through the 80s and 90s, really, if you had an 18-inch bumper, a stainless drop visor, a set of 6-inch stacks, and you had lights under your cabin sleeper, you were way custom, dude. Like you were standing out in the crowd. Well, then people got on the bandwagon and they started getting creative and designing new parts and new accessories and wild paint jobs, and it evolved there for 20 years to where if you had a truck in 2000, let's say, and you went to Louisville and you won first, second, or third place in your class, today, if you took that same truck there, people would walk right past it and say, "Where's the truck show? Where's the show trucks?"
Yeah.
Like it has been elevated, and the creativity and the technology and the skill and the precision and custom show trucks and even everyday work trucks that are nice, just work-class show trucks, which is really the bulk of our audience.
Yeah.
The bar has just gotten so high that it's really fun to see what is the norm now would have been show winning in the 2000s. What is just a truck that wheels into our parking lot 10 times a day. That was a show winner in 98 or 2000 or 2003. And it has come a long ways to where it's a bona fide industry now.
Yeah.
Nice working show trucks and even, somewhat professional show trucks. I mean, there's a whole segment of the industry that is what they do.
What do you attribute that to? Is it just kind of it started catching on with the culture? I mean, what kind of drove that, I guess, is a question. You can give yourself a pat on the back. Maybe, maybe I think you were probably a part of that, right?
Well, there was a bunch of us out there that were doing stuff that hadn't been seen before. We did the outlaw truck, which was really like the absence of chrome. And, we had real bullet holes and black stacks. Like, that was wild. People didn't know how to take it. And a lot of people at that time did not like it. But there was enough people that just thought, man, I can't believe they did that. That is so cool that spread. And there was people all over the country. It certainly wasn't 4-state trucks or the Chrome Shop Mafia, leading the pack on our own. There was 15 guys from coast to coast, top to bottom, doing innovative, cool stuff. That's when lowering trucks, more paint, less chrome, long and low was the motif. And there was just a lot of trends that evolved over that 15, 20-year time span. LED technology, affordability. And then there's a passion, I think, in trucking that doesn't exist in other industries. So the snowball started rolling and built momentum a lot faster in trucking, I think, just because of the brotherhood, the passion, the desire to have your equipment stand out in the crowd against your competitor. If you're a trucking fleet or a truck owner, you want your rig to stand out next to everybody else's. And it pushed the envelope a lot harder, a lot faster, and to a higher level than if we were in the, I don't even know, the Jeep industry or the boat industry. It's just, there's so much passion, and you guys see it. Trucking's generational. Not a lot of people say, hey, well, my dad was a carpenter and my grandpa was a plumber and I'm a trucker. It's usually my grandpa was a trucker, my dad was a trucker, and I'm an owner-operator. I mean, you see a tremendous amount of generational families that are involved in trucking in some way. Maybe they're not owner-operators, but, hey, my dad was a mechanic, my grandpa was a company driver, and now I'm an owner-operator. There's a lot of carryover generation to generation in trucking, and that adds to how passionate everybody is. It's like what we do.
Yeah.
My dad did it.
Yeah.
My family has a deep roots in trucking, and that's what I do.
No doubt. Yeah.
We're talking to Brian Martin from 4-State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, in talking about customization, I mean, you have seen thousands of trucks over the years. Is there one that stands out as being like a favorite?
It's like picking your own child,
I know, it's like
maybe.
picking your favorite child.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, there is so many. It seems like about every other year when you go to Louisville, that's like the first big fling of the year, every spring in March at Louisville. And about every other year you go down there, and I can say this for the last 28 years, about every other year you go down there and see something that just blows your mind. And like even us and even other customizers, you go down there and see something like, man, what a brilliant idea. Like, I can't believe we didn't think about that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, there's just tons of them over the career thus far. But for us, I'll kind of limit it to our little house here. The outlaw truck that we did back in 2005 or 6, when chrome, stainless, lots of lights was what it took to win. And then we did a primered gray, black stacks. All of our chrome or aluminum was like brushed. Like we actually brushed it with steel wool to like knock the shine off of it. The absence of lights. I mean, we had minimal lights, just enough to be legal. And then we shot bullet holes in it. We had a minimalistic interior. It was like black. It was cloth, but it was black and tweed. So it was not luxurious, which was certainly the trend back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was more bare bones, kind of like, kind of like a street fighter, whiskey runner, moonshine runner motif. That was a game changer for us. It made every magazine, got primetime parking, not at our request, but at the show coordinator's request about everywhere we went that year. And me and CB Grimes, we pretty much toured with it. He worked at Chrome Shop Mafia 4-State Trucks for a lot of years until he moved on to a whole new career. But him and I toured with that truck, and it was just an absolute game changer. And I don't know, I kind of lean towards the absence of chrome and accessories. The next one we did that was really memorable is I bought a 359, and I kind of went with a rat rod motif, which the rat rod craze was just taking the car shows by storm. But at that time, and I can't remember what year it was probably 2010 maybe, that you didn't see a lot of them in the truck show segment. And we did kind of a Sanford & Son, multicolored, like built out of a swap meet junkyard, stencil hand-painted name on the door, the rat rod, which I still have to this day, a 359 Peterbilt. It was another one that I enjoyed taking to shows because it was so different. Yeah. Like you'd get people that didn't get it. They'd come up to me and like, what are you doing? Is this like a before, and then next year you're going to have the after? Like this is a starter, and then you're going to customize it, for next year. And I was like, no, it's done. And they'd kind of look at it, and they'd either scratch their head and walk off like you're an idiot, or they'd scratch their head and then their chin and say, I get it, man, that's cool. But the rat rod 359 of ours was another really, really fun one.
That's what makes it so cool, though. You talk about the reactions because, I imagine a lot of the trucks that you do, you're getting positive reactions. But if you look at it, it's almost like a piece of art, right? Yeah. It's subjective in a lot of ways, right? Because there are some things you're going to do that people are going to be like, I love that, where there might be other people who are like, not really my thing. I get it, but, keep doing what you're doing, right? That's got to be, that's kind of, I guess, got to be part of the equation when you're doing stuff, right?
100%. And there is a big challenge among all builders and all truck owners. You want to try to do something fresh that's never been done before, and keep it cool. And not all, hey, we've done a lot of things that we thought, man, this is going to be the next big deal. And they bombed. Yeah. They bombed, but, hopefully if you do that 10 times, 6 or 7 of them will stick. And I think that's probably holds true for about any truck builder, whether they're large or small. As you push yourself to do something fresh, and a lot of the industry works on Peterbilts, and a lot of the industry works on 389s and 379s and Kenworth W900s, and these trucks that have been customized, to your point earlier, thousands of times by thousands of people. It's hard to come up with a fresh look or a fresh trend or a fresh component or accessory. But I think most of us are largely driven by that. Some of them hit, some of them don't. Some of them I'm really passionate about. I really think they're awesome. Yeah. But I'm in a small circle of friends on some of those parts.
Take me back to that first truck. You talked about putting bullet holes in it. Do you remember that talking about your favorite kids? Yeah. I can imagine only the feeling of hey, I'm gonna shoot this truck. Do you remember thinking maybe we shouldn't do this? Like, what was that?
I'll never forget about that. Yeah. I'll never forget about that because when you think about it, you can't shoot the truck fully assembled. You're going to tear up way more. Okay. Then you're going to add this little tiny cool factor, that's about 3/4 of an inch around. So we took off the hood scan, the door scan, the sleeper scan, the fuel tank, and I took them actually home to our farm, and I set them up against a bluff. And I remember, the gun that was handy was one of those Chinese 7.62 Army rifles that, in the 90s, every gun store was selling them for like $179. Yep. Everybody I knew had 3 of them. So all of those holes were shot by me on our farm with a Chinese 7.62 rifle. I brought them back in. We riveted them on the hood, changed the door skin, put them on the sleeper, and then on the fuel tank, we actually cut the end out of the fuel tank, and we went in there and we put like a pocket on the hole on the outside, the exposed side of the fuel tank so it wouldn't leak fuel. And then we put a patch where it went all the way through the backside. And then we welded the end back in the tank so that the holes were real on all of these. You could stick your finger in them. They definitely were not a sticker. But actually I could pull the fuel cap and it's full of fuel. Mm-hmm. And then they'd stick their finger in the bullet hole in the fuel tank and like, no way. But there was a lot of thought. Yeah, exactly. Like you can't just pull your Peterbilt out here, next to a junkyard and just shoot holes through it. It's gonna tear up a mountain of stuff. Yeah. Do not try this.
Please don't do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So anyhow.
You mentioned a couple times the Trick My Truck show. Can you tell me about that and how that all came about?
Yeah, we were showing trucks, like I said. We'd build one in the winter. We'd take it across the country to maybe about 10 shows, 7, 8 shows some years, and we'd show it off. And I was at a show in Reno, Nevada, at the Petro, and they held it in conjunction with the big car show in Reno. And we were out at the truck stop, which is where the truck show was held, and I was visiting with my friend Rod Pickett. He came from Washington State. He had his show truck there, and we had ours. And we were at this show, and the rumor goes that the Trick My Truck producers were looking for someone to do Trick My Truck. It was just a concept at that time. They'd never filmed it. And they'd went up and down the California coast looking at largely dealerships and like, this ain't what we're looking for. And they saw an ad in a magazine, probably 10-4, and they said, hey, there's a truck show in Reno. Let's drive over there, and we'll ask some guys, to recommend some custom truck builders. So they came to this show, and about the third person they went to, they said, hey, if you wanted to get a custom truck built, where would you take it? And that driver said, hey, you ought to go talk to those two guys right there. And it was me and Rod Pickett standing in front of his truck, or maybe it was a customer's truck, I'm not even sure. And these guys from Country Music Television walk up, and they said, hey, we're from television, and we want to do a show about custom trucks. Would you guys be interested? And we roll our eyes and yeah, sure,
right,
yeah,
whatever.
whatever, move along. They said, no, listen, we're serious. Come inside the Iron Skillet, come inside the Petro here in an hour, and we want to give you our sales pitch. So we did that, and we listened to them, and we said, well, yeah, it seems like you're legit. Let's give it a try. So we left that show, and in 48 hours, they almost beat me back to Joplin. They were here and did a little B-roll, they filmed myself, our building, some of our crew. That's where they found Scrapyard. They found Scrapyard during that film. They flew directly to Marysville, Washington, and they filmed Rod and Kevin Pickett and some B-roll. And then they showed that to the higher-ups at CMT. Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks go by. We don't hear anything. And so we figured, well, that was a pipe dream. And then they call and hey, CMT likes it. They want to do a pilot episode. So we do a pilot episode, and they edit that, and they send it to CMT. Same way. 3 or 4 months goes by. We don't hear anything, and we think, well, they didn't like it.
Yeah.
Then you get that phone call hey, they love it. They want to do 7 more episodes. And that's literally how it started. We were not looking for them. They had never heard about us, but we were at a show where they spontaneously came to find a custom truck builder, and it just kind of started organically in that way. And then we did 4 seasons, 41 episodes before we opted to quit at the end of season 4. And then I think they did a season 5 and a season 6 with some other builders.
That had to be huge for your business.
It was great because at that time, nobody in trucking, and maybe still to this day, is advertising on mainstream national TV. Right. I mean, our industry just doesn't do that level of advertising. Well, we were a Friday night, 8 p.m. primetime television show for a lot of seasons, and it was great for all the staff that was featured on the show. And it was really great for Chrome Shop Mafia and 4-State Trucks because we put our brand out there, religiously. I mean, that was a requirement. If Brian Martin's going to be involved, I want to grow our business. That's why I'm working. And they did that, and it worked out great. The other thing it did, which is far more impactful, it brought Class 8 big rig trucks back to prime time, and you got men, women, boys, and girls all gathered around the TV watching this show about trucks and trucking, and it kind of put us back in the spotlight again because you got to go back to B.J. McKay.
Yeah.
70s. BJ and the Bear.
Yeah.
And then, there's this long 10, 12-year dry spell, and then here comes Trick My Truck, which was awesome, and then here comes, I think there was American Trucker, Ice Road Truckers, Wrecked. It kind of started that whole hunger by the American TV viewer of all walks of life. They're kind of interested in big rigs again because we were out. We actually had a negative connotation probably by most of the country. And this,
Really?
in
Why is that?
trucking, I don't know. It just seemed like truckers and trucking and truck stops were not. I don't know. We just weren't favored by mainstream America.
Yeah.
But once they see the hardships of the road and spending weeks away from family and breakdowns and the cost of equipment and hauling freight and loading and unloading, it kind of brought an awareness back to most of America. Like, man, this is a tough job. These guys sacrifice. Like, it's not just, all glimmer and glam in a nice show truck. Like, they don't see their family for 7-8 days at a time. They get hung out at a load and it wasn't there when they got there. They go to the shop broke down and it cost them $7,000 or $8,000 to get out of the shop. That wasn't expected. It just kind of made them aware and intrigued on what a trucker goes through. And I think that, to me, that was one of the cool things. It put trucking back in prime time and kind of re-whet everybody's appetite. Like, I want to watch a trucking show, and learn more about it. So that was really cool, too.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Yeah, we're still speaking with Brian Bossman Martin of Four State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia. Brian, I mentioned just there your nickname. How did it come about? I think I have an idea of how it came about, but how did you become the boss man?
Now, this is funny. Now, I have to give this to Trick My Truck. So everybody just called me Brian, pre-Trick My Truck. And when they did the pilot episode, they said Brian Martin as the Don, D-O-N, like
Mafia.
Godfather 1, Godfather 1.
Right.
And I was like, man, like, that's obscure. Like, that's finite, man. And so I just said, you got to do something different.
Yeah.
And they came up with the Boss Man, and it completely stuck. Like, half of my family calls me Boss Man now.
Yeah.
Like, my nieces and nephews and some of my kinfolk call me that. Almost every customer, and I don't know. I answer to it now without even thinking about it. But that actually was an attribute of Trick My Truck. So there you go.
Do you like it? Do you like the nickname? You like it better than the Dawn? I don't
even think about it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, way better than the Dawn. But it just sticks, and I guess it's fitting. It works for me, and I've got no qualms with it. I'll say that.
We'll continue to call you the Boss Man then.
Okay.
Yeah, that works, right? You know, you were talking a while ago, just a little bit ago, about trucking being a generational thing. And obviously, you grew up in a family that had the background there. Do you remember growing up? Was it something that always appealed to you? Do you remember a specific moment where you thought, man, this trucking thing's pretty cool. You know, I'm interested in kind of continuing on with it. What were those early memories like, and when did it kind of hit you? Like, you know, hey, I think this is my thing.
The story I will tell you, you could probably apply to 70% of owner operators today when they were kids. Like it's as far back as I can remember, you know, really remember details. So let's say 7 or 8. All I wanted to do was be around the trucks. My dad ran a truck stop. My grandpa was a trucker. My uncle was a mechanic. My great uncle, obviously, you know, ran a truck parts repair and sales. Like, I didn't care what I did as long as it was around trucks. I always in my heart wanted to be a driver. And for years and years, I mean, a decade, I hauled all of our salvage. When we bought a wrecked truck, whether it was in Texas or Nebraska or Iowa or wherever, I would go out and get it, winch it on the trailer, and bring it to Joplin. So I kind of got that fix during my career, and I still do some driving today on the farm and a little bit. Not as much as I would like to because of the demands of 4-state, but I still thoroughly enjoy driving. But I really didn't care what I did as long as I was around trucks. And I kind of gravitated as I grew up, helping my dad's crew change oil, change tires. You know, your weekends are all spent servicing trucks so they can go back to work on Monday.
Yeah.
I kind of landed on the mechanic side, and I really enjoyed that. I don't mind mechanicking. I really like all the frame and chassis work, more so than like deep inner engine, deep transmission, and all that. I really kind of just like the chassis, suspension, stretching frames, and all that kind of thing. But, you know, I didn't care if I was a truck owner, a mechanic, or a driver. I just wanted to be around them. And, you know, I'm very blessed to where I got to do a little bit of all of that and stay close to the trucking industry and actually influence a few things over my 30-some-year career, which has been super cool. But I'm just all things truck, and I really didn't care what it was. I wanted to be a part of it. And I think most guys I talked to, they grew the same. They were riding with their dad or riding with their uncle, and you know they were shifting gears and holding the steering wheel at 12 and 13 years old, and we all could kind of share the same story. And then you know you just want to be around them and around people that are truckers, and it just I don't know how to explain it. When you get the bug, it's just that's what it's going to be.
There was never
not a lot of people I know, you know, trucked for 7 years and then decided to be a, you know, bricklayer.
Yeah.
You know, once you get it, you kind of stick with it to the end. It seems like, yeah, I'm going to say that's probably 85-90% of the people I ran across.
Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like every time we talk to you, I don't know if you're the busiest man, you know, in America. I think you're probably one of the busiest people, but you're doing what you love, right? I mean, you're working, and it really is the thing that you love doing, which really, as you said, is a blessing. But how busy are you? I mean, you're pretty much like sun up to sundown, right? Or even beyond that, I guess.
My brother and I, Bryce, which we run 4-state, and we definitely start in the dark. Like we're 5 to 6 a.m. guys every morning, and then we work till the job is done. And then I do a lot of work at home, like kind of in the recliner as I'm watching TV, like getting ready for the next day or week.
Yeah.
He actually comes in super early and does his, but you know, we're totally driven by, you know, we want one more satisfied customer tomorrow than we had today. You know, we want to touch more people, you know, next month with our business than we did last month. And, you know, we want to grow. We're not a status quo people like, hey, this is what we do. We're content. We're just going to do this until we ride off in the sunset. You know, we want to grow our, you know, our staff. We want to grow our stores. We want to grow our products and services where it makes sense. We have been guilty in the years past of trying to do too many things, and we weren't doing enough things well. We did finally grow up and learn that lesson to where we're kind of staying in our lane as best we can. But I think we're driven by ourselves to do better tomorrow than yesterday, and we constantly want to grow and build a better faster, leaner, meaner machine. It's just an internal drive that a lot of people have. Hey, a lot of people don't, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
The guy that wants to work 45 hours and go home and not worry about it on weekends, kudos, man. I envy that guy some days.
I was going to say, that's not really an option for you, is it? Your brain doesn't work like that. Yeah.
But it's what we chose, and hey, it has been rewarding. We're the ones signing the checks, and we have a lot of great things that we enjoy because of that. But it does take a lot of hours and a lot of commitment. But that's true to a lot of people, and small business to large business across the board. But it's what we signed up for, and it has been good to us. I mean, Four State Trucks has really, really grown over the 25, 35, 40 years of its existence to levels we never thought possible. So, my dad would probably not believe it if he was here today. My granddad certainly would have no concept of what it's grown into. But yeah, like I said earlier, we don't really run Four State. It runs us, and there's a lot of truth to that, but we've got enough experience now to where we kind of deal with it and navigate through it and power on through to the next work day.
What's, would you say, the best part of your job, your absolute favorite thing is to do?
Oh, I really enjoy Louisville and GBATs, and I don't do as much truck show traveling as I used to, but I do like going out to the shows, especially the grassroots show, the fairground shows, kind of like GBATs, maybe more so than Kentucky. And really just conversating with people. I really enjoy that. I think through the early decades of my career, I was so focused that I never truly took time to listen. And a lot of people probably picked up on that. I was listening, but I was thinking about what I needed to be doing. And I have a bad habit of that. I've kind of got to the age now where I've outgrown that, and I can focus and really, foster friendships and compare notes and spitball ideas and tell old stories and not be as hurried as I used to. I'm getting to where I enjoy that more and more, is just the conversational, relational side of things more than maybe the pure business and sales side of it. So I don't know, those atmospheres where it's conducive to slowing down and conversating, I really do enjoy that. And now we're not as trend-setting as we used to be, just because we sell parts now. We don't solely focus on customizing trucks. I love seeing what other builders and the next genre of customizers is doing, because it is crazy impressive. I mean, just the level of detail, the level of skill, the level of tech. Now electronics and engineering and geometry is coming into some of these upgrades and these custom trucks that they're building. I really like to see that from a spectator side more than a fabricator side, and it's kind of rewarding to see that, because they've surpassed what we did back in the day. I enjoy that a lot too.
Yeah. Well, again, that's got to be gratifying too, and fun to see all of these new things that are popping up too. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it. Really enjoyed talking with you.
My pleasure. It was fun, y'all. Call me anytime.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. We have OOIDA President Todd Spencer in studio with us. Todd, how's it going?
Hey, great. Every day is a great day.
Great to have you as well.
Now, Scott and I were just talking about our first cars, and we were curious, what was your first truck?
Going back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a Rough Rider, baby. It was a 1972 white, I think it was a white 4000 cab over. And, I said a Rough Rider. It had a Hendrickson spring suspension. And it was one of those kinds of trucks that the only way to really make the ride better would be put more weight on it. It was a heavy hauler truck.
Yeah.
So,
no bells and whistles on those.
What? When you say bells and whistles, I mean, it predates even bells and whistles. There was no power steering.
Yeah.
None of the creature comforts that are typical today. It had an AC in it, but it only worked in the shop.
That didn't do you much good.
Once you left the repair facility where you left a few $100s short, air conditioner quit. So after a while, I just wore out on that.
Do you I know a lot of people romanticize their first car, their first truck. Do you romanticize that? Do you miss that at all?
Not in the least. Not in the least, nor about the one that replaced it. Look, the equipment that we have to work with today is just so much nicer in every way imaginable. And I think, back in my early days, obviously, I was as tough as any trucker out there, and we all thought we were pretty tough. Mm-hmm. But heat and things like that stuff it'll take it out of you.
Yeah.
So, and the simplest things, if we're hot at night, well, you got to roll the window down. You roll the window down. In lots of areas of the country, the mosquitoes are going to eat you up. And,
just the rattling, right? I mean.
Well, yeah.
That too, right? It all takes a toll.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
So, and things like insulation in cabs and things like that, there just wasn't much of that.
Yeah, these kids today, they don't know how good they got it, right?
Well, look, it's still a challenging job.
Oh, for sure.
It's a hard job. You need to know what you're doing, and obviously, but being as comfortable as you can make it it's a pretty good investment in you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, different time for sure.
Now, speaking of old trucks, you recently visited the American Truck Historical Society show. That was held in Madison, Wisconsin this year. Louis Pugh, the executive VP, he says it's one of his favorite shows. How do you enjoy this show?
Oh, I think it's a cool place. It's a good show to go to simply because you get to talk to lots of truckers that basically have pretty much seen and been through it all. And, have an appreciation for equipment. And the curious thing about it is, we'll all face challenges in our life, but these are folks that generally remember the positive things, and that's good. Those are the things that ought to stick with you. And some of the stuff that wasn't so nice, well, forget it, leave it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that at the truck show. And again, if you like equipment, it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Do any, I guess it kind of varies by year too, but is there a particular truck that you see at the American Truck Historical Society that makes you think, man, this one's really cool?
Well,
they're all cool.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them. And for me, I think back to the things that, we would sort of fantasize about back then that probably didn't make like taking a B-61 Mac and putting a 1693 Cat in it. Well, you would have had the toughest truck that was ever made. And when I say tough, it wouldn't be tough, but it wouldn't be all that practical in lots and lots of uses. So now I never had the kind of cash that I really wanted to spend on doing something like that.
Have you done when you were out there every day? Did you customize any of your trucks very much?
For me, I would certainly be willing to invest in the equipment, but everything I invested in the equipment in would be basically either making it more efficient or less likely to break down or things like that. The investments that actually have a return on investment, that's going to be money well spent in most instances.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, we should mention you were honored at this year's event with the ATHS Golden Achievement Award, given to people involved in trucking for 50 or more consecutive years. Now, this can't be true. 50 years at your age, that doesn't, the numbers don't math there, do they?
Well,
it goes by fast.
Yeah. There are a lot of numbers that don't map out real well. But having said that, basically, that's a recognition for having stuck around.
Yeah.
And when it comes to advocacy like OOIDA has done through all of these years. It really is an achievement because, when OOIDA was formed in 1973, it wasn't the only organization. There were like 250 others started at the same time, and there have been hundreds since then that have formed, and by guys that well-meaning that thought they had better ideas and better approaches and would be better at doing everything. And after a while, if they do much of anything, they realize some of these things are really, really, there's a lot more to it than I thought.
Yeah.
And if we're actually going to be able to pull this off, we're going to have to be committed for a long time and make an investment, monetary and in time and resources and things like that. And it ain't easy. So, they're gone.
I hear you talking, and I think, OOIDA's staying power obviously is a it's a big thing. It's important, and the association's done a lot of important things over the years. And you, I know, being someone that doesn't like to toot their own horn, you kind of deflected what Ashley asked you there. But I'm wondering, if you've had a chance over all these years to kind of sit back and reflect on everything that you've contributed to the industry, right? Because the association obviously has been instrumental in a number of things, but at the helm, we had Jim Johnston and you, and between the two of you, you've done a lot of things. Have you had a chance to kind of sit back and think, this has been pretty cool. I've done some things.
Well, that's true, and of course, I should point out that among the most important things is perseverance. You got to stick with it. The message has got to be consistent. It's got to be truthful. And you have to recognize realities and be willing to work within those realities. And for me as a trucker, way back in the 70s, I recognized the need for advocacy or professionalism on the part of truckers. This is a group of people that are basically generally underrepresented. And, there needs to be more for them. OOIDA is an opportunity for them for all the hundreds of thousands. We've got a couple of million drivers.
Yeah.
Basically to make a small investment in their own future, because most of the things that we're doing on behalf of truckers, no one else is going to do.
Yeah.
So, and we're not going to be able to get this done next week, but there will be a time when there will be an opportunity to get it done, but only if if people have bought in, that are basically recognize the need for positive changes to be made and to be able to invest in those.
Yeah, got to stick with it.
Take pride in what you're doing.
Yeah, he deflected again, Ashley.
We'll let it go this time.
All right, fine.
I do want to talk about the connection, with Dave Nemo back in March at the Mid-America Trucking Show. I know you sat down with Dave and Scott. I know you recorded that kind of just a chit chat of you guys. We didn't know then that we were going to have this partnership. Yeah. But you guys, go way back. Talk to me about the connection with Dave and, him being the voice of trucking radio.
Well, listen, I became, I won't say acquainted, but certainly aware of Dave Nemo when I was in the Army. And I was stationed at Fort Gordon, Georgia. And, in the Army, your hours can be kind of unpredictable. And I'd be listening to the radio at night, and I hear this program, and they're plugging the Oak Grove truck stop.
You thought, hey.
And I thought, I'll be darned.
Yeah.
I know where that is.
Yeah. It's not far from where you grew up, right?
Well, yeah. Actually, I grew up a quarter of a mile from that truck stop.
Yeah.
And I don't live but about 2 miles from it right now. So,
yeah.
But at any rate, at any rate, he's plugging this, and I think, well, that's from right back at home. And then, I like the programming. I like the conversation. I started paying more attention, and he's on every night. And I thought, well, that's kind of like a voice from home. And if you listen to Dave, he has a following. He has an audience, and he's great with people. He identified well with drivers. And there's lots of similarities between drivers and veterans. And, again, it's kind of like having a friend in the night.
Sure.
So no matter where you are.
And we were talking about staying power earlier, and you were talking about the importance of OOIDA sticking, grasping onto an issue and not letting go, right? And having that staying power over the past several decades. I mean, the same could be said of Nemo. He's not where he is now by accident, right? I mean, he's very good at what he does.
Sure.
And he, as you said, is a voice for a lot of truckers out there.
Well, a friend in the night.
Yeah.
So
now a friend in the morning.
Yeah.
And the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, sure.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Yeah. Whenever.
And the other thing that's always interesting about trucking, and maybe more things now, but I mean, you can have friendships from all over.
Yeah.
Friendships from all over. I mean, maybe folks that you see or hear from, maybe there's a year or two before it happens, but they're friends.
That's a great point and a great way to look at it.
All over.
We now, with all the technology, we have these, Zoom calls with people that we quote unquote work with from all over the United States, or we don't really necessarily know them, but with truck drivers, especially then, right? And especially now too, I guess, right?
Well,
you're doing the same thing. And
yeah, but I mean, it was actually even better then, because I mean, you would have, through the decades now, truckers would have friends from all over the country that they actually would interact with periodically.
Yeah.
And not like through Zoom.
Right, exactly. That's my point. And now the reunions, it really still has kind of the same feel as it did back then, right? Because you're still, meeting people and
shows. At shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's really cool. Todd, we appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thank you, and thank all the OOIDA members listening. You guys make it all possible.
Our thanks again to Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA, and a friend of the show. Very interesting to hear his beginnings and how everything has gone for him. One thing I found interesting, his talking about his first truck, and makes me think, what was your first car?
It was a 1985 Plymouth Reliant that used to belong to my mother.
I don't even know what that would look like.
Which is not a cool car to have in high school. I will just say that.
What color was it?
Maroon.
Oh.
Which, yeah.
Oh,
made
my.
it even cooler.
Probably should have led with that.
Yeah. But I was like over the moon just to have a car to be able to get around.
And you had it in high school?
In high school, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. When I turned 16, I think I got it. It was a hand-me-down.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't start driving till later?
Oh, no, I drove. I just didn't have a car. I didn't have my own car until I was like in college. My first car was a 2000 Honda Accord.
2000 Honda Accord. It's a reliable vehicle.
Yeah. And her name was Stacy. And I don't know why, but that really stuck. Like my mom still refers, not that we talk about her a lot, but like if she refers to my first car, she'll like
Call
just
it
casually Stacy. Yeah. It really stuck.
That's about the time Stacy's Mom. Remember that song that came out?
I think that was
early 2000s.
Early 2000s, but I got this in like 2009.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that song had been around for a hot minute.
Had been in the background for a while?
Yes.
All right, well, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it came from, but it stuck. And I don't think any other vehicle I've owned has really, a name hasn't stuck.
Is that normal for Canadians to not get a car until they're older? Or, because in America, at least it used to be. I think it's changed a little bit now with
I mean, I would use my mom's car.
Right.
I mean, I lived I could quite literally throw a stone to my high school. Like I walked to school, but but no, I would use her car. But yeah,
and you never clamored I need my own car. I need to be able to get around and.
No, I think because I could use hers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
it's different now.
I didn't even think that possibility was on the table, honestly.
Yeah,
I was making some money, but not that much money.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. So. Yeah, I think it's different now with the younger kids. It seems like general statements, aside, obviously, but it seems like they are less and less eager to.
I have noticed that.
Get on the road.
Yeah.
I think because
I got my license right when I could, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Like back in my day, you had to go, unless you want to talk on the phone, you had to go somewhere to actually. But now it's they can do their meetings and
Meetings.
Do teenagers have
I'm
meetings?
not sure they're having meetings.
All
but
right. Well, we're going to meet after this and talk about it. We thank you for listening to Trucking with
Thank
OOIDA,
you.
and we'll catch you again next time.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.